Okay, hey folks. What's up, what's up, what's up? How's everybody doing? Welcome to the broadcast. Grove Sleeper PNW. Tuning in for the first time in about a week. Today's the 27th. Let's see, that puts us over a week since our last broadcast. I've had guests in town. The old in-laws came by for about a week. But we're back to it now. Got our freedom back. Got our time back. Got Mally back. What's up, girl? You gonna hang out on dog cam today? Kind of acting like you will. All right, guys, we're gonna be working on bonsai stuff today, so we'll just hop straight to the project scene. Hello, hello, hello. What's up, everybody? Here we are. Here we are. Hi, Mally. What's up, girl? I know you already had your dinner. You got it early today. You want to say hi to everybody out there? Say hello to everybody out there on the internet. Hello. Yeah, what's up, sweet girl? You had your dinner, now you're just waiting for mom to come home. We'll use this for some view bait for a sec. Hope everybody's having a good one. We're going to knock out a couple of bonsai projects. We got one major air layer to cut off of a horse chestnut, and then I want to start getting into the slab game. We're to the point now where we're cutting our own slabs and dropping holes into them with our new diamond-headed drill bits so we can make full slab kits. I've got all the stuff that I need for my muck walls. Look at her. She's just like falling asleep. Hi. She's my buddy. So we're gonna do a muck wall project on a cool juniper that I got to pick up from the graveyard at my local nursery for $5, and we're gonna keep on working on those $5 trees until I get a little closer to bonsai mastery. I've got a really cool project planned based on the first scene from Silent Hill 2, and we'll start getting into the design aspects of that today. It's gonna be a fun one. I hope y'all stick around to hang out with us. All right. So without much further ado, we can get to work very soon here. Like I said, we're not gonna pop that thing off. We can go dog cam today though, looks like. Let's see here. You know, maybe it's my frame screen. Yeah, here's our dog cam. Check it out. Oh, she just left. It's a little too crowded in here. Hey, I got some Pokemon cards. Are these worth anything, guys? I found these randomly. Actually, they were given to me by someone who found them randomly. These cards worth anything? I have no idea. I've been out of the Pokemon game since probably 2003. I'm more of the old school type with the Pokemon. All right, guys, let's get you a good view of what we're working on today. It's gonna take me a minute, excuse me, to get my audio set up to make sure that you guys can hear me all right. But that is a pretty good view, I gotta say. Let's get a little bit more of the dark background. Gotta work around my screen here. And that should be a pretty good view for you. How'd you like the other view? Was that better lighting? Better angle? Maybe like that. That gives me a spot to sit too. So maybe we'll try this out. And I'm gonna pull that mic as close as I can to me, you guys, and I've got it all the way turned up. So hopefully you can hear my banter as I yap my way along through this. And we can change up a little bit on the text blades here. So we're doing more than just air layering. We're doing slabs. Slab. How about hopeless trees? Hey, what's going on, bud? Yeah, I haven't moved away from the mic yet. Hopeless trees, AMA, slab work. How you doing, Tass? Good to see ya. Can't see me yet. Trying to get the stuff all in order here. Lovely OBS. That doesn't look like crap at all. Oh well. We'll get to the tree content. Maybe that's what everybody's here for. So if you just got in for I got my yap out of the way, or after I got my yap out of the way, got a couple of projects we're doing today. We're going to be taking this air layer off of this tree here. This is one of my biggest trees. It's a giant horse chestnut. I love this tree so much, but it's got to get brought back down to size. So the new front is going to look like this. Gotta move it this way. You guys can see this outcropping this way. Right here, this is gonna be our new lead all the way out here. So we're taking all this upper stuff off. All this upper stuff, but we're not taking it off today. What we're gonna do is we're gonna cut in another air layer. I know you've been in on a couple of my former air layer streams. We're gonna clone this tree if we can. About halfway up. And we're gonna lose our two tallest branches, but that's totally fine. It's gonna bring our canopy and our flow to this really awesome up, and then 90-degree over and 90-degree up to the new large canopy over here. It's gonna look sick. Doing well, you? It was a long week, man. It was a long week. I won't get too deep into the details, but I had my in-laws out for about a week, so not only was I taken away from you guys in my bonsai projects for a while, which is always not that fun, but kind of ended awkwardly too, so I'm kind of glad that that's over. I'm happy it's back to normal life. As normal as it gets these days, at least. These don't cut this stuff very well. I gotta find some scissors, hang on. Otherwise it's gonna be the razor blade. How have you been doing? What's new? What's good? Might be a little bit slow to get back to the messages just because I'm gonna try and keep my projects moving along here so we're not here all day. Although I don't mind being here all day. I could do this and work on this all day long. Damn, I gotta find some proper scissors. I think I got some. Oh, they're right over here. Hang on. Gotta cut up my bubble wrap. Alright, we're gonna go for a nice fat air layer on this one because I really want it to survive. Big old nice fatty right there. I got a nice big multi-chat up now so that I can kind of read. The distance I can read is getting shorter by the year, but it looks like I can read multi-chat at least. And hopefully audio is coming in okay over the music and everything while I'm back here. So I'm just gonna get right to work. Get this buddy knocked out right here. Operation number one. And then there's a couple of cool things that we get to work on that I've never done before on stream. As a matter of fact, I've never done it by myself. We're gonna do a slab project. I got a piece of flagstone and I put 4 holes in it. Well, 3 holes in it with some wires. Using a diamond-headed drill bit. And so that slab's ready to take on a tree. And I think I have a good one picked out. So we're gonna air layer this baddie. We're gonna get our slab project done with our muck wall, and it's gonna look really cool. And then I can start giving you the idea of what I've got going for my Silent Hill 2 scene. Because I'm starting to see some geography that I can work with to try and recreate the scene from James's first bathroom and parking lot experience running down kind of through the woods to the cemetery. I got a really great idea for that. And I've got a whole bunch of little trees that are going to be awesome fodder for that project. But we'll get to that in a little bit. I'll leave you in suspense. Alright, let me grab something here. We got to put an air layer up. So, need my sphagnum moss and my string. This is all stuff I'm going to be using for my clay wall later. So I'm going to move this. Hopefully the view is good. You guys don't need to see all the disorganized crap down here. It's not really that fancy. These look pretty good. Okay. Couple nice long strings for this one. I want to do this one with extra precision because this tree is very unique. I brought it to a bonsai meeting about a week or so ago. No, I guess it would have been a little over a week ago, and everybody was asking me about it. I really want to take this layer as low as I can without impeding the space that it needs to grow this new layer of roots. So this is going to be about where we go. There's a nice big knot on the back that I'd really like to keep on the trunk, meaning I'd have to cut all the way down to about here. And that's fine because it leaves me room to gin the top off and kind of give it some texture after. And it even saves a couple of these lower branches. So I'm thinking right here's where it's got to go. Just below the huge knot on the back side here. So this will probably end up being the front of the tree someday, while you guys are looking at the front of what'll be left. Okay. I usually like to use a free blade. I got a box cutter, but I feel like I get more precision with a free blade here. So nice clean blade. And we're getting to the point now where I gotta like make myself some marks to follow. I want the lower part of the Nabari right here. Okay. Yes. And it has to be about the same thickness. This is about as thick as my finger, so it's about an inch. I'm gonna have to cut about an inch down. I don't know if I can save this little bunch of leaves coming off the back. It's gonna be tough. I'll move this rope up just a bit. That's gonna be a really cool spot for Nabari to flare out, right with that knot above it on the back side here. And I can show it to you guys in a little bit, but it's not that important right now. So get this down to just the very end here as a guide. Okay. Now, this was a little marker I had for below, because I could have gone for a lower air layer here, but it would be really congested in this new angle that I'd be making, and I'm really afraid that with the thickness of the bubble wrap, it's just not going to take. So I'm going to go above the new lead. I'm going to go above the new lead, and that gives me the opportunity again to drop in a little bit of gin on the dead wood there, and that can add some more character to it. Okay, so about that's what we got to take. think I've got the parameters of my air layer just about even. Hang on. We gotta leave enough room that it doesn't heel back over. So that's looking pretty good there. That looks like it'll be a healthy, successful air layer. I'll be able to wrap just above these leaves. This is a little bit like anxiety driving, guys. This is a big cut. It's gonna take half. It's probably gonna take half the mass off the tree. Whew. This is a big old tree, guys. I really like this one. I found another wild horse chestnut growing that I want to take so bad, but it's by the river, so I don't think we can collect from there. Pretty sure that's a protected area. Or at least for large trees. If I find little saplings that are in like outwashes, I might take them and use them for different things. Like those river birch I collected earlier this year. Those were, when you look at where the river is flowing now, they would be gonzo. They would be washed away for good. Okay. I really want this to take root, so I'm gonna get a little extra rooting hormone. Where did I have that hiding around? It's usually nearby. When I get to the muck wall work, I'm probably going to throw on my apron because that could get a little bit messy. I'm going to need these scissors to cut up my moss. Oh, I found my good scissors. There they are. Excellent. And there's my rooting compound, okay? A little bit of rooting compound in here. And this is just kind of like I'm prepping for surge. Oh, too much. Always too much. God dang it. I have to use this on my next tree too. Oh well. That's kind of what this tray is for. It gets too much of the paste, and then I just leave it there. It dries out. I reliquify it later. Okay. I want it to be very pasty, so I just want a couple of drops. There. A couple drops of water. Drink water. Yeah, I hope you're doing cool, Tassadool. Were you playing some retro games recently? I know you were gearing up for Sonic, and then I think you were playing something else for a bit. I think you might have been doing some multiplayer game the other day. I haven't been doing much on the gaming. I'm still kind of milling away at the final puzzle. Probably by accidental exposure, I guess that I know that this doll has something to do with it. This like blood-soaked doll. So I'm getting some little micro hints along the way that might push me in the right direction, but I still haven't gotten like any full walkthrough or anything. So I'm not sure how the final puzzle ends up going. I still might need some help. But I'm gonna try and solve as much of it as I can. Alright, now this is a nice thick paste. That's perfect. That's exactly how I want it. I want it to stay right on the area that I adhere it to. Nice. Okay. Oh, and I forgot with my water, I need wet sphagnum. That's over here, I believe. Wet sphagnum. That's in here. Try it out a bit. Hang on. I'm gonna need a lot of this stuff for later, so let me grab some of this. Even like a little tiny bit of akadama in here. Alright, and then we're gonna make our substrate that's gonna go around the wound for all of our brand new root system to grow into. Nice. This is actually, some of it's starting to crumble away really well. It's going to be a good ingredient for my muck wall. So this is all going together pretty well. All right, let's take a look at chat. Taking a small break from retro. Oh, sweet. Got into playing garbage. Retro achievement. Oh, for Wii stuff? Ah, sweet. I was talking to somebody the other day because I keep finding copies of Wii Sports like all over the place, and I'm looking for one of those first edition Wii Sports that's worth like hundreds of dollars. The version 1.0s. There's so many copies of Wii Sports at thrift stores, and I can't find the 1.0 version that everybody wants for speedrunning. I don't know much about Wii. I never really had one. My girlfriend has one, and we've got it in the other room. But like, I haven't even played Twilight Princess or anything. Never played much on the Wii. I haven't played Shattered Memories, nothing like that. I don't know what I played for the Wii at all. I think I might have played a little bit of was there a Metroid game on it? Nah, maybe I'm thinking of GameCube. Never had much of a Nintendo Wii arc. I think that by the time the Wii came out, I was in like a cool gamer phase that was like, Nintendo, I'm gonna get Xbox. I want to play Xbox. I want to play Overwatch and Call of Duty or whatever I was doing at the time. Alrighty. Straight sphagnum, baby. We're going straight sphagnum on this because I want tons and tons of root growth. I want this to absolutely be overwhelmed with root ball by the time I pull it off. In 6 to 8 weeks, probably? This is a pretty big tree, so maybe a little longer than that. We'll have to see. I feel like there was a Mario Kart on Wii that I played because you got the little stick. Shouldn't say stick. The wheel, steering wheel. The steering wheel for your nunchuck. Oh wait, you're saying you're doing it for the retro achievement launch event? So you're doing it for an upcoming event? That's cool. I didn't read into that part. Are you guys gonna be broadcasting it? Or is it like more of an IRL thing? Because if you're broadcasting, I want to show up and support. Okay. Last moment before I cut the bark off of this and this becomes irreversible. Because I could just prune it down to here, but then we've got to cross in our leads. That's not proper bonsai. That's not proper bonsai, guys. As cool as this looks. Ah! All right. Calmly, coolly. Let's start. Oh, sorry, tree. I know you haven't been cut like this in a very long time. Okay. Don't worry, we're just taking the foreskin here. Just taking that first little bit. Alright. And this is lining up well so far with my markers so that I can have my Nabari start right at this eye-shaped knot back here. It's a very cool eye-shaped knot. Kind of looks like the eye of Sauron. It'll be coming right out of the dirt. That's gonna look sick. Okay, top can be released. There it is. Whew, man. I wonder what my grandpa would think about me cutting all this off. This is his old tree. Is that too extreme? Nah, not if I go up. Okay. Here goes. Cut number 2. I gotta try it again. I gotta go a little bit lower. Let me get this backside first, and then I'll switch around. Okay, okay, okay. We're doing good, we're doing good, we're doing good. Okay, okay, okay. I'm being careful of this set of leaves because it can get caught in the top of my razor blade. I wish the top of my razors were just flat, but they have the little inserts to fit into like a box cutter or something. Okay, now I can easily see where it connects on this side. Perfect. Oh my god, you guys, this is the cut of the year. I've saved the best for last, and I was hoping that we would end up getting a stream with like 10 people in it or something when I did this one, because this is big, dude. Okay. Now let me just cut a small incision down. There we go. And let's start peeling the bark back. We've reached the point of no return now, guys. This is coming off. Aha. Thick bark. Thick bark here. Ooh, Nelly. Oh, wow. This is much thicker than my last tree. Okay. It's coming off. It's coming off. I'm just gently peeling back the bark here. I don't want to go too deep. Just get to the cambium layer so I can scrape that off. And then we're immediately going rooting hormone and getting her patched up. Okay, just kind of picking away at the bark back on this side. I was a little bit conservative with my cuts, so I have to start doing a little bit of peeling. Just like that. Right down to the layer we need. Perfect. I'm literally just shaving it off thin. I gotta be really careful about being very even on the top, because that's gonna form my Dabari here. There we go. There we go. Okay, good. Looking good so far. Okay, sorry, I was focused really close. Let me really read here. Really, the best viewers? You are the best viewers. You're the only viewers. You are by default the best, but you're also by just by record top tier viewer, top tier member of the channel over here. 100%. And I love it, and I love having you here. All right. I'm trying to be a little bit more light than last time, because some of my other layers I went a bit deep, and I'm afraid that it's killing off some of my attempted air layers that are outside. So I'm gonna go a little lighter on this. Just get past the cadmium, which I can see right here. It's perfectly green, stands out. We're not gonna scrape as far down into the white part of the bark this time. Can have a little bit more mercy on it. There. Oh, Stream Boo. You all never learn, do ya? At least when Tass is here, you can help chase him off. Need somebody else with the bonk stick. The old bonk privileges. This cut was pretty light here. Hang on. I'm having trouble seeing exactly where it goes. I guess just parallel like that. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yep, that's good. Okay, I think that I got the extra depth on that slice there that's gonna help this come off a bit easier. We really do have the best viewers over here at this channel. Also, big shouts out to Brian TV, one of the newer members of the community that's been dropping by for some of the Bonsai streams and showing his support with some gift subs. So thank you so much for that. Highly appreciate it. Trees aren't free, except the ones that I'm cloning like this. So some of the projects I'll be doing today with you guys on nursery purchase trees, that all comes out of my pocket, but it's worth it in the end. And you guys need to help me come up with ideas of how to sell these things, because eventually they're just going to take over my backyard and I'm going to have too many and I'm going to have to start getting rid of them. So do I need to start like a Whatnot? Is that like a good platform to like hustle bonsai? The only bonsai hustler on Whatnot, or is that for card games only? Because I really don't want to be like a Facebook Marketplace chud. All right. Need to get a little bit of a different view here, guys. So be prepared for what that might bring here. I'm gonna be over the view here. Okay. Yeah, it's really just this intersection right at the crotch of the two branches that's kind of the pain in the ass here. So we're gonna continue to just take light layers of bark so I can make sure to see the cambium layer on each segment, because I want to actually scrape it off and know exactly how deep I'm going, because I think I may have got a little carried away on some of my others that I was doing a little faster and just taking down too much of the branch, because it's resulting in a little bit of spotting, and I'm not like in the leaves, and I'm not sure if the spotting in the leaves is natural I guess response to the hormonal changes on that branch, or if it's indicative that my air layers aren't taking well. So as I continue to practice and learn, at least I did some of the low stakes trees early so that if they don't air layer well, it's no big deal. Because there's a couple of the graveyard trees that I picked up that I have 5 to 7 air layers right now on. So if really any of them take, that's kind of worth. And if none of them take, it was a cheap learning experience. All right, guys, this is the last piece of bark. Last piece of hardwood bark. Just trying to shave a nice straight line so that Nabari is nice through the whole round. It's looking good. This piece could probably get pulled back a bit more because I see my line was a little bit lower. And as I do the scraping, I'll scrape the bottom a little bit lower, so the tourniquet will kind of get bunched up a little lower. So as it starts to heal over, it doesn't make it all the way up to where this new air layering is occurring. So, scrape time. I've got to get a light on my side here, and I feel like I'm working on the underside of a car or something, but there we go. Oh, this is kind of out of view for you guys, huh? Is it? Nah, it should be okay. Right here? I'm working right here. I know I'm on the wrong side, but precision's kind of key here. Because if I don't do this right, I could end up killing it or having it just re-heal over and having a big ugly scar here And if that ends up happening, I'm just gonna end up taking the whole thing off. I'm just gonna lob it off and throw it in the trash. Might be able to get starts off the very top, but we'll have to see about that. All right, this back part's looking pretty good so far. Been scraped down just to clear wood here. There. Scrape, scrape, scrape a little more. There. Okay, so I see the texture that I want to reach around the entire tree's parameter. Alright, so right there. This whole back part's looking pretty clean. Start doing a little bit of scrape. Maybe on this next section right here that I can actually see right now. Now I'll move over to your guys' side and you can kind of see how the coloration changes. Make sure I'm going deep enough. As the sap is moving up this branch, what I'm doing here is I'm tricking it into starting a new root mass about halfway up the tree by scraping back all the bark like this. I'm almost creating an underground environment for this part of the tree where there's rooting hormone and a nice moist substrate made of sphagnum moss. I wonder if that's cadmium. I might need to go a little deeper, guys. This is quite the tree, so I might need to go even deeper than I think. Yeah. Yeah. Might have to redo some of the backside a little bit just to make sure I get it all. So hopefully you guys can see okay. Scrapey, 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 scrape. I'll get this spot. So I feel like on the other ones I may have gone a little bit too far and it's choking off the water supply to the top of the tree, in which case your air layer is just gonna die and anything beyond it. I hope that's not the case. I'm just scraping downward here towards the tourniquet where it's gonna start scarring over. That to be pushed away. Okay, a little more scrape back here, guys. I gotta really use both hands and get like good positioning. This is two-hand work. There. Okay. Yeah. I was still actually experiencing a little bit of the hard bark sections back here, so I'm glad I dug a little deeper just to make sure. This should make a very nice air layer if it takes. I'll be so stoked. Okay, time to start getting into the crotch of this thing again, and it's gonna be a little bit harder to maneuver around in there. Okay. Nice sharp cuts down here to get all the way through all the layers. Okay, good. And then we scrape down from there. All right, this one might even need a little bit of work going the other way. Back up. Because it looks like the scar tissue is gonna have too much of an advantage going right here. Unless I take this part off. There. Alright guys, just scrape, scrape, scraping the hard bark. Hard bark, hard bark. Maybe that'll be one of our, we'll start introducing little mascots that can give facts to you guys as we go along, and the hard bark aardvark can tell you about air layering. We need to get rid of the hard bark. Otherwise it's just gonna grow right back over it. Come on. This part in particular is definitely showing it wants to fight me a bit. But a tree won't win against a razor blade. We're gonna get the cuts we want. There. Oh, it's perfect. Perfect, perfect. Now scraping back in nice, straight, even lines, all from that one position. This is good. Okay. It's almost like once you've broken the seal, everything will start falling into place a little easier. Here we go. Just scraping down. Here he goes. Check this out, guys. Scrape down from this very top part. The most important part, the nabari, grows from here. Now, air layers aren't exactly known for having amazing nabari. You're gonna get better nabari from field trees and such. But that doesn't mean that this bit of tree is worth throwing away for no reason. If we can try and save it. Plus, it's good practice, because the more times I kill something off, the more times I know I did something wrong, and the more ways that I can learn to improve. Yeah, this is looking very nice in here. Good, good. Now I've gotten some of the scraping out of the way, we can get those edges nice and defined, including back here where it just scrapes down and right off, just kind of plucks off. Okay. And by leaving a little bit of this at the bottom, it does give the tree a chance of having a little bit of a head start to try and heal over. So I'm just cutting it all the way to that sharp razor mark that I had that should have cut deep enough to sever the Cambian layer. But we'll have to see about that. I'll get to chat in just a second, see if we got anything new, guys. Let me just really pick this last part off for my perfectionist tendencies. There we go. It's looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. I just want to get this backside finished, guys, and then I'll be right with you. Alright, alright, alright. Good. 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 Oh, whew. Dang. Okay, no new messages, so we can keep trucking on. The precision and the work with my, like, 2 fingers is, like, wearing out my knuckles. My knuckles grip strength is giving out. All right, let's see if I can get a good angle for everybody on this. We gotta start taking it from up here. So right up in here, you can kind of see. Does this help? If we're going in close. Yep, that's what we're working on. let's give this a scrape. See how it looks like dark and kind of woody still? Go a little bit further and it starts to turn green, and then it quickly turns white. And that's what we got to get down to, is that white area, because that's going to be carrying water and nutrients up the tree, but also creating this hormonal confusion right here where it's going to start sprouting new roots. I'm going to be stoked if this works. Not all trees are equally easy to air layer. Maples are usually pretty easy. I've got, I think, probably 15 maple air layers out in the yard right now. But this is gonna be my only horse chestnut layer of the year, and probably my only one for a few years. So this is a really unique experience for me, and I hope you guys are enjoying it too. So I'm just cutting across and then up to kind of release that lower part. So it's a nice straight line. And I'm gonna have to do the same thing for the top here, see? Run it across this last little bit of the brown stuff and just push it down like that. Nice, and this is gonna be a nice, perfect spot for it to be growing that nabari. If only I can get the right sized packet around this thing, and we get it out into good growing conditions. The leaves are going crazy right now, so it should develop a root system pretty aggressively over the next 6 to 8 weeks. And I've honestly had pretty good luck with the bigger trees. Some of the smaller trees, like I said, I think I'm digging a little too deep on them. Some of these bigger ones give me a little more flexibility and just a good idea of how far I have to go in without over abusing the tree. Because, I mean, we are putting some pretty decent cuts into this thing's bark here. Could easily turn into bad news for the tree if we don't do it right, including keeping everything moisturized. So we're gonna drop in all that nice wet sphagnum moss. I wanna get a little more even here. So I'm just shaving off a tiny bit more of that. There it goes. Because I noticed it's kind of narrowing in the back. I think I got a little bit scared to cut too much here, so I'm going to just keep layering off a couple more. There we go. I think I'm seeing some of my more original razor strikes as I get in here. There. All right, now this is kind of an interesting angle. We're getting all of it. This stuff's coming off nice and easy, actually. I was a little concerned. I got nice deep razor marks, and so that helps. I think I went in a second time here, so that probably fixed it up. Okay, really nice deep scar on the tourniquet here so that it doesn't reach all the way back up and start covering my new root system. As a matter of fact, I need to separate them a bit, see? Up and down, up and down. Up and down, up and down. Get your thing going down here. So the top and the bottom of the wound are going to be healing in different ways, completely different ways. They can actually interrupt each other. So to avoid interrupt, we need enough space. Nice, nice. All right, I'm feeling pretty confident that all the green layers are gone. I just gotta tighten up my cuts a little bit so this doesn't have any little head start. There. There. There's a few fibers holding on that I just want gone for a nice clean cut. I mean, this is about as clean as it gets, you guys. I've gone through this surgically. I'm sure people have excellent success rates. Not going as hard as we are today, but we're going hard. Going hard in the paint. All right, this part really needs to get shaved back a bit more. There we are. That's good stuff through there. All right, I think that we're almost ready. Could be a bit thicker. I could take a little bit more off the bottom to make sure that it doesn't creep all the way up and heel over. I mean, it seems far enough back here, but that other side starts to feel a little narrow. I'm gonna have to make a decision here if I want to widen this up a little more before we bury it. Let's see, I can't quite tell yet. A couple more things to do. A little more bark to shred. A couple more on here. Good feet and head. I'm talking about trees, by the way, don't click that. Don't click that, I'm talking about the trees. If you got your foot, usually down below, like this would be considered your foot down here right now, and this would be considered your head, but soon this is going to be the head, and I suppose this will be more of the foot down here. Head and feet. Who else loves head and feet? One's in chat. Who's all about perfect head and feet? Here we go. Gorgeous. Okay. You know, this is coming together really well back here. I just really want to pick off this excess because I have a feeling it's going to give it a pretty brutal head start at healing. And this isn't the widest cut ever, but I think it's fair. I think it's fair enough to work. Just want to get more of that stuff removed from the very top of the branch to make sure we have nice even growth all the way around at the same level. And also that I don't have little like empty patches in the root growth. That would suck. Woo-wee! Okay. I think it's time, guys. I think it's time to seal her up and hope for the best. Start to prage. Let me see, I hope that this is wet enough. Hang on. I'm your #1 viewer. Tacitle's always been a #1 viewer. So gracious to hang out at this little goofy channel of mine. Spend your time here. There's so many places you could be spending it. I appreciate it. It's cool. It's better than doing it alone. Gosh, man, I just keep seeing places that I want to get a little bit extra aggressive with, especially on this back segment. I do not want one, like, fifth of the tree to not be growing radial roots outward, or it's not as easy to move into the next steps of this process at all. That's a nice deep cut all the way around. I don't think that anybody would suggest that I need to go any further with this, and it's gonna make awesome gin. When all is said and done, I'll be able to cut this off for good gin. Okay. All right, guys. Time to go. Let's do it. Paint it up. I see an open tree branch painted black. I wasn't gonna do the whole song figuring that out, you guys. I'm not able to walk and chew bubblegum at the same time. All right, rooting hormone, rooting hormone, rooting hormone like crazy. I'm loading this thing up. A lot of folks are, you know, agnostic when it comes to rooting hormone. Yeah, it works, it helps, and it's not completely necessary though. But when it comes to these trees and these like very specific air layers that I really want a high chance of probability that they work, I'm gonna do everything I can to try and encourage success. So let me just do a stand in the front here. It's even right here. It's a little bit thin, but I think it's gonna work. I'm painting this stuff on thick. I'm just gonna let it like kind of soak in for a minute while I get everything ready. And then I'll give it one or two more little dabs. See if I got enough liquid left here to give it another dab. I think I can at least get some of the dry stuff stuck onto the outside now. Let's see how that works. Oh yeah. Perfect. Yeah, this stuff is like almost like a plastery type of texture right now. It's just like sticking right in there. And I'm just gonna paint it all up and down the branch. I want it to go upwards into the top part of my cut mostly, but all around. It's all up in there. Might even dip my sphagnum in this. Hang on. I can probably get some to drop on. Hang on. Oh, nope. Okay, just gotta paint it on. It's still taking. Yep, this is just like a straight layer of goo around the whole thing. It's not even white like it was anymore. Now it's just gray. Another one? Damn. We're popular today, guys. We're on the radar. We're on the radar of r/art or whatever this is. Twitch/art. If anybody's rolling in through here, I'm Grove Sleeper PNW. I like to work on trees. I'm doing an air layering project on an old horse chestnut right now. Don't think I'm going to get to any gaming today because I also have two other really cool projects that I wanted to get rolling. And you guys will be able to see those in just a few minutes as soon as we're done wrapping this thing up. I don't think I can get much more of this hormone on here. It is saturated. So I got this nice big thing of sphagnum moss here. And I'm just wrapping this big old bad boy around. I want to make sure that the root ball is big enough. That'll make for a big enough root ball. I'm quite sure. You guys will see here in just a minute once we wrap it up. I'm gonna have to stand above it and probably tie it from this side. So here goes nothing. Okay. I'm just banging all this stuff directly around the top, middle, and bottom of those cuts I made. Just pack it all around. And then what I gotta do is fit this piece of plastic wrap in, and I want to avoid this lower branch because I didn't really want to take it off. All right. So far, so good. Okay, I'm all the way in on the lowest part of the branch. Do I have any more wet sphagnum? Just a little bit. I'll just throw this last little bit of wet sphagnum I have on top here. Okay. I'm using bubble wrap because it helps to insulate the whole package and has it nice and transparent as well for me to see through, so I can see if roots start to form. I mean, not if, I mean when roots start to form. This is gonna work. Okay, hang on. This is gonna be the last time that this thing is on camera without this this new wound on it before it gets its all new look. This thing is about to have a whole new swag pretty soon. So I'm gonna tie this nice and tight here. Oops, hang on. Let's move this up a bit. Okay. Probably be able to do this a little quicker without these gloves on, guys, but okay, there's the first tie on, and I'm gonna just do another quick knot. I think that's it. That's the bottom of our air layer. And then in towards the top here, I just want to pack everything in and around. And even if I have to, I'll add a little more sphagnum. Let me just make a little bit more. Just make a tiny bit more real fast. I want to make sure that this has tons of moisture for a long time. Because until I take this thing off, it really does need to stay nice and wet to make sure that those roots don't dry out. Because if I start to get a root system and it dries out, this was all for naught. It'll be a big ol' F, a fail. But it'll be a learning experience at least. Alright guys, it's about 4:30 now. It looks like ads are running soon. I'm just gonna tie the top of this off, and then we're gonna get ready for our next project. So I'll need just a couple minutes of turnover, run outside and grab a couple of things, and then we'll be ready to go. So let's tie this thing off. I'm gonna stuff it with this much more sphagnum right now, just around the whole outside. 360 all around this thing. And I know that the air layer stops below this little branch right here, which will probably have to get cut off and sacrificed because it's very close to the air layer. As a matter of fact, I'm going to pull it off right now because there's no way that that's even going to be able to survive into the next phase of the tree. Even if I was able to keep that around, it would be a really ambitious one because it would be right at the level of the ground and it would probably just rot off. Alright, and there's our next big loop. Okay, I'm just keeping a tight peek on this thing to make sure that it gets tied in a way that's going to hold all the moisture in. So it's almost like you're trying to get all the corners of that fitted bed sheet on at the same time here. Alright, I think we got it. I'm going to do another little garbage knot here, just hold it in place. And then I'm going to do some wrapping with this excess around the top here. Kind of like this. Just another loop, I think each way. And then I'll be able to get one more knot on. Hold hold this stuff nice and tight. You see how it tightens up and that water starts dripping out? That's a good sign. That means that this is holding onto the water. And boom, you guys, that's it. The chestnut's done. Oh, I hope this one works. Ooh, or whatever you do. I wonder if these little seedlings will sprout if I put them in water. Maybe I'll try that. I'll put them in a little water propagation and see if they live. So there it is, guys. New air layer for the whole chestnut tree. And we've made a big decision. A big old chunk of this thing is coming off. Big, huge piece of this thing's coming off in just a handful of weeks. When hopefully we have a nice, vibrant root system growing underneath this plastic. And we can send it right out into a little nursery pot so he can get his groove on for the next year or so. Tie these together, just keep everything bundled up tight. There. Okay, and there it is. Ah, scissors. Okay guys, that was the last air layer of the season that I'm going to do on stream. I have 2 more to do outside, but they're not worth bringing those trees in. They're not exciting. So that's the end of air layering for the season, with the final one being this big old job here. Unless I decide to air layer my azalea, but I'm kind of back and forth on that one right now. Still thinking about it. Okay guys, while ads are running, I'm going to get my stuff outside and new stuff inside, and we'll work on the next project. Be right back. Okay, yep, there's our next victim. This is going to be a full end-to-end project. I'm actually going to, let's see, make sure. I want to make sure that it says end-to-end slab project in the description real quick. End to end slab project. Oop, spelled it wrong. Okay, cool. So we've updated a couple of things there. Hopefully everybody's enjoying the stream so far. Been a chill one. This is gonna be a cool project. If you guys stick with it for a couple of hours, you're gonna see a big transformation on this one. It's gonna be cool. Very, very, very cool. All right, so what I'm working with here today is a juniper. Sabina buffalo juniper, evergreen shrub. Junipers are huge for bonsai. Lots of people like to make bonsai out of juniper, and I've been working with some juniper already this year. I'll pull out a few necessary tools real fast. Let's see here, we're gonna be doing some cutting. We're just getting this thing all ready for its slab job that we're gonna give it today. We're putting it on a slab and it's gonna look awesome. We're gonna build a muck wall from scratch. It's gonna be my first time doing that with you guys. It's gonna be my first time doing it without my master. But I've drilled the holes in the flagstone and we're ready to go. Don't get more ready than this. I will have to take a break sometime, maybe near the ad break or maybe sometime after, to go wash this tree off and get it ready to slab up. Probably put it into the green bowl that's sitting around here someplace and some water until we can get it secured. But for right now, we're gonna do a little bit of cleaning up because we can't see. Where's the front? So the lead that I see that I'm liking so far is on my side. Shows a lot of trunk here. some of this inner growth can go probably to show more trunk here and here. And then we work our way up. That's probably our first wireable branch. This one might need to go to get a little more trunk exposure. I'm gonna pull some of these old dead needles off while I'm looking. So I gotta know exactly what's alive. It looks very alive up top, which is great. This is an awesome lead right here, especially because it starts to die off after it. So we're gonna be cutting back to here for our lead. Branch under it might do a little bit of fill-in support, but we're gonna start just taking off anything that's totally dead right now. So let me take a good look. See, this would have been a very cool lead here, but unfortunately it's completely dead except for this bit here on this branch underneath. Everything else is looking pretty dead out there. There's definitely some stuff in the undergrowth that we can take out. I think I pegged this as my front, but that could be subject to change once we start cleaning it up. I'll actually swap sides so that you guys can see the cleanup process a little better. You might be facing my back though. Maybe we go in a little closer and I can move over to the side a little bit. You gotta really look at these things and take your time. Once it comes off, it's not going back on, so let's see what we can do with this thing. Come on, guys. Get in here nice and close. That's it. None of that annoying light in your guys' face. And I can do some work where you guys can see. Excellent. All right. I always just try to take like a quick moment of zen and thoughtfulness and mindfulness before I start chopping into anything. This tree's been growing for some time before I got my hands on it. Okay, so the first thing we'll do is expose our nabari, expose our trunk. See my nabari down here. Looks like a two branch split, but this one looks nearly all dead. So I'm gonna have to do quite a bit of pruning around the bottom here. I might even make it so that the bottom third or so of the tree has no foliage whatsoever. So let's take off the obviously dead stuff. So there's a cut in there. This can go. See how I'm already opening up so much trunk for everybody to see. This tree has a very cool trunk with nice flaky bark. You want to be able to see it. I'm just going to go inside and under for a couple of these little cuts. We got a few off of this branch, but I'll take the big boy off all for you guys to see. I might even keep it for gin, so I don't have to take it off immediately, but all of these little dead aborted branches coming off of it can all go. If this is going to be dead gin, it needs to be dead gin all the way. There's a little bit of life right here. So let's try and remove everything that's not alive. And that's actually deceiving. It's the under branch there. So this top branch seems to be stifling it. So watch this. When I make this cut here, this should relieve the pressure that's on this bottom branch and should pop up a bit. If I take this bit right here. Ah, look at that. Up it goes. Now it could actually be something useful. Alright, I got more snaggly little things that are going into the tree and across. Anything that's going in or across is just distracting and unnecessary. It's kind of a cool zigzaggy little branch right here. They might add to the gin look. But that's still alive right there. No. No. This piece, it needs to go. Okay. Well, I'm going to do what I can to kind of nub these off into some more not looking pieces there. This is dead all the way up to that end, so let's just take this piece off here. Can you guys see okay? Probably not. Let me spin around. Another piece off. I can do this. So we both have the same kind of perspective, and I'm gonna sit on my yoga blocks now. So I kind of just sit and spin this thing in circles and slowly nip away at it. All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Where do we get you next? This bit I might want to keep for gin, so I'm just gonna keep removing just little bits that are kind of just in the way here. That has some life there, but the very end of the branch does not. So we will relieve it of that. No dieback is going to occur there on that particular little piece. See, some of these branches are so brittle they'll just pull right off. Especially these old ones that were ready to shed anyways. Okay, here's a little dead bit here. Get rid of. A little dead bit here we can get rid of. Ah! And I'll show you guys in a little bit after we get it cleaned up a little why it was a why was this considered a graveyard tree? Well, you might have already noticed some of the awkward cuts and, you know, growing in on itself in funny directions. That really pulls this away from being a good yard plant for somebody. And that's where it would have ended up. If it would have kept growing according to plan, it would have ended up in the garden section, and somebody probably would have paid 50 or 60 bucks for it. But since it is all snaggly and weird, I got it from the graveyard for $5, and that is kind of an infinite tree hack for me. I've gotten in really good with the nursery folks, so that they let me take some of their more haggard trees for about $5 a piece, and it gives me the ability to keep practicing, because even with just like the light contributions I get to the channel, a sub here, a sub there, you know, a donation every now and then, that helps me keep on in my practice, which I'm trying to work really hard at. Got about 9,000 more hours to put in. Okay, so here's some interesting layers right here. Again, I'm just working from the bottom up. This whole bottom branch is dead here, and that'll expose quite a bit of trunk for us. So let's take that. That's out of there. I have a feeling that this branch is going to be doing the same, but I might want to gin it down to here. Anyway, there's a couple more useless branches on this bit. Cool thing about junipers is they can grow in all sorts of different directions. They're very pliable, so you can work them into different shapes that you like. This piece in the middle will make a nice piece of gin. I didn't make that cut here. This cut here was not me. That was done by somebody else at the nursery before it ended up where it ended up. But that's not even going to be part of our lead. If the objective is that we need to expose our lead, then this is either going to have to go way over, or it's going to have to come off. See a little bit of dead growth on this side too. Hang on. One dead branch. That's actually very unnecessarily blocking. Yeah, see that one branch out of the way right here? Clears up so much more of the trunk for you guys to see. We still haven't chosen a front, but I'm getting more and more to feel like you want your bottom branches coming out to kind of embrace you and say hi. So I think that's what I'm going to do with my lower branches off of the back here. I think this is going to be my back, and I'm going to have two cleverly placed lower branches like this with gin and light growth to just kind of welcome you to the bottom of the plant without being overwhelmed or having too much stuff blocking. But that's just my thoughts right now. I might change my mind. We'll see. I don't see how this adds anything nice as Nabari. It could only be a new shoot. So let's get, or I'm sorry, not Nabari, is gin. Cutting this one all the way back to the newest new growth. That whole piece might come off, especially if this is going to go the way that I think it is. I think it's going to go out away from me and then back towards me with this upper. I think that's definitely going to be the coolest line for this. So let me take off just a little bit more of this kind of dead and obtrusive stuff. I don't really want this inward facing branch here. It's just got a little bit of scruff at the end of it. That's taking up way too much real estate in the middle of the tree. Same with this bit here. This is just dead, dead, dead. Almost the entire end of this is dead except for one bit, two bits. So I'll keep the alive bits for now, but they're probably going to get cold off soon unless they are very, very well placed for filler. And this has a really cool trunk that I definitely want to expose by maybe taking this back or turning it white with some lime sulfur and maybe taking the lower branch off. But we'll see what'll style and what won't. Some branches like this are easy to move around and other ones are going to be much more resistant, like say the end of this. I don't see the end of this thing doing what I want it to at all. And I don't see a lot of cooperation from this branch either. This one just grows kind of in the middle of the tree and clutters it and then comes out across this side. This is causing cross into the back. I don't think it's doing anything to add any canopy to the back. We've got plenty of that up here, even down here. So I think I'm gonna lob this whole branch off. And this is gonna open up quite a bit. So here's a perfect example of how less is more. If you guys are watching for aesthetics, you tell me. Is this better? It has that little bit of growth. It was even showing a little bit of death on the edges. And by pulling that off, we've just opened up so much through here that now these front branches can actually accomplish that job that I was speaking about earlier of reaching around and kind of embracing the viewer from the back side here. It's certainly two trunks coming out. And then this is the lowest branch off of the main trunk. And you know, you want to leave lower branches to help thicken your trunk to a certain point, but this is going on a slab that's not immense. So I think, again, less is probably going to be more, especially with opening up the view towards the center of the piece here. Let me think one more time about what my front is. That's why I keep this stick here, is to help me keep kind of on the move, deciding what is my front. This is my back tree that splits off in two ways and can embrace through the front this way with this lowest branch and this second lowest branch here. We lose all of this. I know I can already take this off. Okay. And then there's just kind of a clusterfuck back here. I don't know if it's gonna add good back greenery if I get it brought down or not yet. Hard to tell. This is all dead, isn't it? With just this alive right down here. So that can actually change my opinion into this being the first lower branch. And then this being the next branch up from that. In which case we would take some of this stuff off of the inside, open up the trunk, which I think we'll have to do anyways. And I want to take a quick scope. There's some natural gin right here. I want to take a quick scope at where my leads go to. This makes a nice little side canopy here. So I don't want to take off too much. I want to take off just this deadwood here. Somebody else made some cuts and left room for dieback. So I'm just removing 2 pieces of dieback right here. You can see them. Right here and right here. Those are from old cuts. I would probably be able to knock them off, but they're gonna have a nice crunch to them when they come away here. See, that's all dead wood. And then moving along that branch, I've got clutter here underneath it. Okay. And then this is kind of some rule breaking here with the cross, but it doesn't have to be. If this is the new lead, this is all growing off of the main branch. So this piece here, I think needs to go. I'll show you guys. I'm keeping this lower spot for Nabar, or for some possible gin right here. And then I've got natural growth here and here, but nothing is coming off of this upper branch. That's just dead wood. And again, it's been cut at some point, or trimmed back by somebody at some point, to where that's pretty much just dead wood right there. As a matter of fact, it definitionally is dead wood. So this could still be some neat gin if it reached out far enough. I'm gonna cut this piece back. I'm essentially taking off dieback from somebody's prior cut to there. Some of this stuff might get trimmed and thinned, especially anything that crosses over itself, which I haven't gotten to identify all of that yet, but look at this. Look what we've uncovered. Speaking of things crossing in and getting over compacted, this is starting to look real busy in here, but look at this. There's this huge dead branch right here, and also some dead wood from an old cut on a similar branch that just snaps off. See? This hasn't been alive. Just snaps right off. I could probably clean it up a little bit because it's split, but both of those need to go. Actually, you know what? That split left a little bit more cool gin there. And this has given me an opportunity to have some barkless areas that I can hit with lime sulfur to give a nice dead look. And if I can get those done on the same aspect of the tree, that'll look nice and natural. It's almost like setting up the lighting in a painting. You can't have your lighting going multiple directions. You need the balance of your tree and flow of your tree to go in a certain direction. You need your roots to go in a certain direction. You need your gin to go in a certain direction. And this is good. I just don't love the end. I might need to gnarl that a bit more, peel it back, make it look a little bit more natural. Okay, I'm finding an entire dead segment of this lower sacrificial branch I was talking about. I now see that everything on the bottom below that, this is all dead. It's kind of interesting shape-wise. So it might make cool gin, especially if it's lower and not super in the way. So we'll leave it for right now. That's not terrible. Gin opportunity there. Same with that, except it's gonna have to get cut back some. It's just too long right now. See, I can try and attempt to do some like gin splitting here. Just split this little piece in half. And then split it in half again. And then I'm gonna peel in between those two snips. Boom, just like that. Now it looks a little more like a gin, but still too far up. I can't have it going further than my foliage on the bottom that I'm deciding to keep. So I gotta keep cutting this thing back just from different angles. I have some gin pliers that I could go in and squeeze this with. But another method is to just kind of cut away at different angles like this, until you kind of achieve the look that you want. And you have to keep in mind that it is gonna decay and break further back. This branch is dead, so it's like, yeah, there we go. Still too long, but if I wire something outwards, it might not be in the way. We'll see. We'll see very soon. I don't know if I can wire this piece down. I'm gonna have to like pull this piece down on with its own piece of wire. I don't have anything strong enough to wire this down, so I'm gonna have to pull it down. It's starting to get a little more shapely. Okay, what else can we do? This whole branch is very cattywampus. It goes across the whole tree here. Where I might have some nice lead over here that goes in the same direction as our actual lead, which is right here. Oh, I gotta do some clean out underneath here, guys. This is just way too much. There's a bunch of dead stuff in here. This has all gotta come out. Let's see what we can just do with our bare hands really quick. Because pulling some of this stuff off naturally, you know, peeling dead needles, can actually help create more of that natural aesthetic where pieces of the bark crumble off and you're starting to continue that old look. There we go, and it's really identifying what's alive and what's not in here. Clearing out lots of real estate so we can almost see through the tree finally. Right here, it's got a lot collected. It's also got a lot going on in terms of growth. I don't want to snip something off that's going across if I can redirect it, because I'm seeing a number of nice flows in this direction. The tree seems to be flowing in this direction pretty well, especially over here, over here, over here, over here. Over here, it'll start to have a wave that way. And then here, we can end up maybe with a little second head over here that turns into the developing turn that way. This is another one that I could wire. Alright, so now that I've kind of gotten a chance to pick through, there is some dead stuff that's got to go. Yeah, long sticks that are attached to small undergrowth need to go, because some of this small undergrowth might be going as well. So I'll be more careful with this one. Just snip the dead stuff and leave everything alive on this for now. I'll make my decision to take it off later if I want. And that leads me straight to another dead branch. There's a little bit on this one, but nothing on this one. Snip that off. See, these pieces are just piling up on the inside and creating such distraction that you guys aren't even going to recognize this tree after this. Here's two little sneaky long branch attempts. They came all the way from the middle of the tree outwards, and that's not where we need this to be developing, so I'm going to snip those off, and they're dead anyways. I think I got them both in one. There we go. I don't really like this stuff here. Alright. The less is on the tree, the easier the decisions become. Okay, so I really like this as my lead up here, meaning everything below this is essentially gonna have to go, but it'll make for a mighty cool shape. It's down here. Losing a little bit of undergrowth here. Is it worth? Yes. And then this back one can be wired down and out. So I think that what I got to do is take this big old lob off here. I'm going to switch, I think, to some other clippers, because I might just gnaw this thing off. Let me remove a little more of the dead stuff so I can get a better, clearer picture before I make any drastic decisions. But that would probably open up quite a bit and start to really fully establish this as my dominant lead. This scraggly little branch is going right underneath my lead and kind of interrupting it. So I think that this branch needs to go. This one right here. I found you. I found you. Spinning around right here. Come here, you. Okay, I got him. All right. So we did lose a little bit of green, but I mean, that is not solid bonsai foliage. That's not what we're going for. Neither is this piece here, really. Real long and scraggly, kind of distracting away from the it can't be the lead on this branch anyways, I think, unless I brought it down for some work down like this. All right, so I'm seeing another branch that's in question here. It's this one that's right here. Now, if I move this branch, let me see here. Here and here and here. I'm just choosing out what spots are gonna get wired down in order to create room for some smaller branches like this one to fill in. This one's fine. It's got kind of a funky shape to it. I really don't mind it. But the one above it is a bit thicker. And you're gonna create a little bit of a better effect if you take some of these thick branches out of the middle. It's gonna make your tree look older. Especially one that's clogging up so much of the middle here. So there's a lot going on this. I'm going to take it off one piece at a time. And I'm also going to take... Actually, hang on. I might be able to make these two work together. Nah. Okay. Remembering again, let's work from the bottom up, everybody. This is our lowest growth down here on this possibly sacrificial branch. It's right here. But it could act as a lower branch that reaches out towards the viewer from the front. This is our front. We've got a nice hug coming from the back side with these two down here. And then this bigger one down here that we bring down with a little bit of gin. That looks cool so far. I'm happy with that. There's this big chunk of old gnarly wood here I'd like to keep. This is probably going to have to get some gin work to it because it looks a bit unnatural. And then this piece can also get wired down. So I'm not going to be overly aggressive on any of these here. Question is, if we're working from here up to here, this is a rather unobtrusive branch. It goes down and out, kind of like we want to actually. This branch has been eliminated. And I think that I want to take this entire one off here. Which is going to leave me with this wiry stuff to kind of make up the canopy, unless I take it off as well. Let me take a look. I think that we need to free up our trunk by like fairly aggressively going into here. Because that's not the interesting angle of the trunk, it's this one. And with that down, no problem. With that stuff down like that, no problem. This might go and it might just come down, no problem. I'm gonna take some of the this one branch that I said has the cool shape, I'm going to take some of the foliage off of the lower part of this branch because it does block my view of the trunk. So this one I'm going to show restraint with for now. Okay, that's logical, I think. This little bit grows up too much, and then this grows down a little too much. I want to take off these last two that are closer. That's one or two. I'll take the one that's closer. Alright, in order to tell if this one can stay or not, I've got to remove some of these lower pieces of the branch. Because this might work and it might not. If this goes down and this goes up, that's the most interesting part of the tree right here, probably, is where all of this curling and everything is going on here. And if my lead's up here anyways, I'm not sure how I can make this one help me. Unless it was brought down to here, in which it's not really helping in the way that I want it to. Either way, it's too big. So I think the piece that's going towards the lead is gonna go first. There's three, I mean, which way do we work? Let's take off the innermost that's growing in towards the tree and blocking the stump. Okay. Now maybe I can trim this back and it'll serve its purpose better. Taking more off of this lower area. You know, there's a lot of new foliage trying to come in right here, but this is such a cool spot. So I guess that the foliage is gonna have to go. The foliage on the inside of this one's gotta go. Hang on. That can't be allowed. This is actually a good view. Let's look down into the tree for a sec. See, that's good for making up some backstop here. That's great for making up in the back, but I think it's blocking too much in the front. It would have to be brought up and maybe have some of the other newer foliage taken out. I don't want a bunch of new branches in here, so I'm just gonna start picking away at some of the small stuff that grew in here. There. That piece off. And then I'm gonna kind of hack away at some of this new growth down here. That's like right close. All that new ramifications blocking my trunk. So let's allow the branches that we want without too much interruption on the inside. Yeah, this one can go too. So that's the thing about the illusion of the bonsai, making it look like a real old tree. You want to have smaller branches that are spaced out properly and show the inside of the tree as well as the nabari. With that brought down, that's going to be fine. With this stuff over here, we're not going to be fine. So we're about to open up a lot of the inside of the tree here, especially with this being the front. I'll leave this piece, but I'm going to trim it back. Or I'm going to trim off the oldest pines rather. Just like so. And just leave it with a nice little bit at the end. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. This has some really, really neat bark to it. Let's take off this stuff that's all the way in here in the middle. Probably not getting much sun anyways, and blocking our view. Then there's just a dead bit on the end of this piece here I can take. I want to knock back more of the dead wood here, but not every single piece of new growth. I'm not taking off all the new growth, just some of it. Lots of new little starts down here at the bottom. So the bottom lowest branch of the tree is looking nice, trimmed up, healthy. This nabari is pretty long, but we'll leave it. Actually, I'm going to cut it back to at least here. There. It can't be that long. It was rivaling the branch above it too much. Which comes to more questions of nabari and more. So this is going to have to be brought far down on both sides so as to not distract from the upper part of the tree. And I'm finding that more and more that I'm probably right, that I should take off this little guy here. There. Now see how much more trunk you can see just from that cut. I have some other cutters that leave a different shape like this, my concaves. So I'm actually going to use those to kind of make some concave knots here instead of bits that are sticking off in sharp angles. Looks more natural. Okay. Starting to take much more shape here. If I have my little branch here, then I don't think that I want this crossover here at all. But maybe it's just the crossover is annoying because of these two underneath it. Let me work on getting this out of here, right here. And then I think I'm also gonna take this stump of a couple of little starts right here. There. And let me get one more bite over on this side. Oh, you know what? This is such a long and stringy branch here. Okay, I made the cut. Let's pull it out. Come on, you're coming out too. Don't think you escaped. Come here, you. Come here, you. Come here. Ah, got it. Okay. Yeah, that leaves a cool knot on the inside like that. Okay, so we've taken quite a bit off here. I kind of like the idea of gin here, but life here. And maybe taking this whole bit off. No, I'm gonna leave it until I can wire it into the piece. I need to just commit to leaving that there until I wire the piece. This gin is cool, but it's too long. It's natural gin, but it is too long. It's got to get cut back to about here. There. Fairly natural break there. This is cool gin in here. Needs to get worked for a more natural end here, here, and here, and here. But the tree's starting to take better form here. I'm still trying to decide which branches are going to be my leads and how we're going to end up with a nice taper and apex. So this is nice. And then this up a bit, probably more like this. Actually, it's real witchy when it sits this way. I like that. It goes down and then up and over like this. So this is the next competition right here, but that's not a good lead. So I think I want to leave a little bit of this for some foliage in the back, but cut the two inward facing branches. Let me trim in a little closer to the there. Okay. Yeah. So now things start to become obvious of which ones need to go. I gotta obviously choose between this branch right here, which blocks quite a bit of trunk unless it's brought up, but I might want it brought up anyways. Nah, I should probably match it with the lead from the other, but the lead is very spindly. I'm taking this off. I don't like this branch. This branch is up to no good back here. Same with the one next to it. It was dead in clutter. If this one's gonna work at all, it needs to lose this bit, because that grows into the tree horribly there. So this leaves a little bit of nice stuff back there, a little nice stuff back there. It's kind of thicker over here, which is kind of nice. I want to take this stuff that's touching the bark off back here and here. A couple hundred more hours and I'll be able to work these trees a lot faster. This is starting to look pretty cool. I'm almost there. I'm still cooking with this one. What do I do to make this accoutrement back this way? I'm gonna have to wire it down like that to accompany that. And I got two branches here. This one goes down and gets out of the way. There's really no way to get this one out of the way. This is gonna open up the tree big time. Also, this branch right here unfortunately rivals my lead because it's thick right next to my lead, so it's gotta go. So this bit right here is just way too thick. It rivals my lead. It has to go. It's got a little bit of life on it, but it's gotta go. It also clears up that little conflict down there for real estate. I think that's the right move. Let me get one more cut from this angle. And then I'm gonna go again from the other direction. Nice. So yeah. It's a little bit nicer. I'll cut back this all the way to the greenery. Cut this one back to this one's lead here. Up, found a dead branch again. And how's our lead gonna work with this one? I think it's gonna be the up lead, not the down lead. Let's see. I think that this is gonna be our lead right here. So everything below that's gotta go to here. Here's another big cut, guys. Boom. There. I think everything is starting to make a nice shape here. Things are starting to come together, look a little more cleaned up. I just really want this cool witchy lead to work like this. But I'm gonna have to bust off some more. Let me see. It was up and around and back towards us like that, including with this lead here, which can be brought up like this to accompany that, while these are going down. Nope, this one's going. Goodbye. Say goodbye, big fat. There, done. We did it. I think that was the last big fatty piece. I think that was the last big fat piece right there. Now I can really see the trunk. We can get this to work our way back up beautifully. Found another dead piece. Yeah, this one's not helping much. I gotta do a little bit of cleanup near where I just caused that wreckage. Come on now. There. Okay. This part I find distracting now, so I'm gonna take that as well. And this part I find distracting, so I'll leave just the very end. Okay. Am I working to proper leads here? That's the question. Let's take another look at our front. Okay, now can we make sense of these two? I think so. But then again, we could just leave the lead going backwards. I'm cutting it. I'm cutting it. I probably could have spaghettified it inwards, but it was interfering with what goes back. And I want this trunk open like this. Even this stuff in here that's starting to grow, that can't be here. Okay. I think I'm digging this so far. I think that I want these branches removed below here, so that it just goes up to the lead like that. We have a nice little lead back here to fill in. Nice little lead back here to fill in. And I think most of our real spaghetti branches are gone, except for maybe like this one. Like these three up front that I can maybe do something like this with. Something like that. All right, so that's a lot of the hard work there, guys. I don't think I'm gonna trim any more yet. And I do have a piece wrapping underneath some wood here that's obviously a weird situation I'm not sure what to do about yet. But let's just look one more time from the front and make sure I'm happy with this. I think so, especially after this is really established as the lead going this way. Bring this up a bit more, but it's gonna be really tough. I'm gonna have to prop it up. I can prop this part up. Actually, you don't even know that we need to do that until we get it into the pot. So let's start exposing some of our nabari, and then I'm gonna have to go outside. I'm gonna have to wash this thing down before we get to doing any wiring it onto the any wiring of it onto the rock, and then building our muck wall. And I'm gonna have to get our muck wall substrate ready before we do that as well. But I'll do that with you guys. And you can see the whole process from end to end. Pretty cool. Pretty dang cool. Yeah, I think this is looking more proper here. I might have to take this part here off. Much better though. In the back here, there is a little bit of cleanup that has to be done. It's kind of a knot. It's just kind of a knot of branches back here. So let me get them all unraveled. And some of the smallies have probably got to go that are furthest back. I think that these should grow as cuttings really well if I just stick them into the ground, but I don't have anywhere to put them right now. I'm like completely out of space. So like this is looking thin enough that it looks good. It's all looking thin enough that it looks good, except right here. This is our problem area for sure. So what I gotta do is follow this branch up to where our lead is gonna go. Hi, Mally. I mean, this is probably gonna have to be my lead up here, coming back towards the viewer. Even with this piece under isn't bad to fill for now, but it's just a little too much. So I think what I want to do is just start inside here and take off probably this amount of matter. I don't know, the very ugly dead branch I can take off too. Nice. This piece. Bye-bye. And then in here, how are you guys gonna work together nicely? Honestly, I think it's gonna be this turn right here. I think everything before this turn needs to go. So let me just chunk a piece off right here. And and make sure that we've got an established lead. And I'm even gonna leave a little bit left over for the new growth below it. Sure. This stuff's a little bit in too close. Too high up the trunk and crossing over the trunk. So these ones are pretty easy to take off. This one's crossing over the trunk. I'm gonna take it off. Dead. Dead. Decided I don't want gin on those pieces. It's looking a lot cooler, huh, guys? What do you think? More like a bonsai now? Alright, it looks like there's an ad in progress, so let me just clean up for a minute and I'll be back. Hey guys, I'm gonna make a coffee while I'm taking my break here, okay? So I'm gonna make myself a quick coffee, top myself off. Then we're gonna pull this thing out, see what it looks like, hose it down, get it secured onto our new slab, and move from there. So I'll see you guys in just a few. Okay guys, let's keep knocking stuff out. On to the slab project. It's gonna be really cool. Just a minute, you're gonna have to excuse me again for a moment while I hose this thing off, but first things first. Let's see what we're working with. What's up, girl? Your mom's coming home soon. Yeah, not yet. You gotta wait. Unlock the front door. She knows something's up. Okay. I need to get my gloves on. We got our mic on. Good. You guys can hear me. You can see me. We're not dropping frames. Ballin'. Alright, I'm gonna go to work with this thing with the root hook I just picked up. Where's that thing? Where's my root hook? Underneath all my other sharp items. There it is. Okay. We'll see what we're working with. Then I take it outside, I give it a hose down, and we bring it in and we start potting it. So I've already gotten a sneak peek. Check it out. It doesn't go the whole depth of the pot. That saves us a lot of trouble, guys. This thing has a nice shallow root system. This is gonna work great for the project. I had a sneak peek on this, so I knew that that blessing was coming our way. See, I'm not gonna need this stuff for a little bit until we make our, oop, we got isopods. I wanna keep my isopods. All right, let's root hook this thing and see what we're working with. See what we're really working with. We got a bunch of dead stuff up top. I want to find out where all the live stuff begins. This root hook is great for going in and disturbing all that soil. I'm going to keep some of this native soil so that we don't mess up our roots too bad. See, now we're getting to the root system right here. This whole upper layer of roots is gonna get cut back or maybe laid over rock. That's another option we can go with. I see a big tap root down here. That's gonna have to go. You guys will be able to see this stuff better once we hose off. Much better angle, hang on. There you go. And notice that I'm hooking in towards the middle of the root system. That's the best way for me to make sure that I don't hurt the roots in any unnecessary ways. And it breaks up the roots nice and easy. It's in nursery substrate. Can't stay in this stuff forever. It'll eventually start rotting, which is why I'm kind of on a time crunch for some of my other trees as well. You guys can see some of this, how it just shakes right out. So once we hose this thing, all of this is just gonna drop right into the yard, I suppose. We're gonna get that tap root taken care of, and we're gonna get a nice radial root system. We'll probably chop off some of these upper roots, be able to expose some more nabari in the meantime, in the process. These roots up top are dead, dead, dead. I'm looking for all these nice fibrous roots down below. And I want to make sure that I remove any long radial tap roots. You see those are popping up right here? Those are all going to get snipped, because those go against the growth pattern that we're looking for with this thing's root system. So continuing to just pick away at it. No need to rush. The faster I rush, the more roots I kill, and the less odds this thing has of survival. But I like that there's a nice healthy bunch of fine roots right underneath it. That's gonna go right onto the slab and be filled with akadama and some of this natural substrate, and it's gonna work great. That means that we can take off a lot of this upper stuff. Cool, so this will even start breaking apart a little bit into a radial pattern already. You can see that there's not much going on under here. So this actually has a chance to go over rock if I wanted to put a stone underneath it on this side, because all of the root growth is over here on my right. All of the nice roots that I'm looking to keep are over here. A bunch of dead stuff on this side. But I might be able to keep it for aesthetics. Especially since it's on the back of the plant, it could reach up and over a rock. Kind of look like it's spider webbing over it. See, just my hands is knocking a lot of this stuff off, but not a lot of root getting dropped into there. Thanks to the new root pick. If I'm hitting dead root in here, that's technically Nabari that I can be using for root over rock look. We just got to make sure that we've got our big bunch of radial roots, oops, and also our bunch of roots towards the bottom to make sure and hold in a lot of moisture for the tree. That's gonna be all in this area. See, this is the stuff we've really got to preserve on this side. This is the good stuff right here. So still just picking away to see how much of this dirt we can get out. You guys are going to see what's essentially called bare rooting. After I rinse this off with the hose, you're going to see nothing but bare roots. All those fine fibrous roots are right down low there, and all of the big windy ones are off the back. That's actually really good for me. It means I can cut some really useless stuff off or use it decoratively off the back like a bird's nest almost. This thing's gonna look like it's a bird's nest over a stone if I feel like it. I won't be able to tell for sure until we finally get hosed down and see where the Nabari really ends on this thing and where all the tap roots are popping out. So we pick away. Like I said, inward, 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 inward. See how I can pull these roots out and they start making a ring, circle? That's that radial root pattern that I want to make. Not to be mistaken by the circulating or circular roots that are going all the way around the pot. Those aren't good. Those are overgrown. Those are an indication that this was in its pot too long. Or, more likely to me, for some reason wasn't able to start taking root lower. Alright, so there it is. We're gonna hose this thing off, bring it back in, and set it on the slab, guys. Exciting stuff coming up. So stand by for just a couple seconds while I run outside, give it a hose down, bring it back in a little bucket, and clear my dirty table away. We got a new setup. Check this out. Okay, so we'll remove this. And then in comes this. All right. This is the real project, guys. We're about to get it. I'll be right back. That's full of water. This is super risky. Anyway, here, I want to show you guys the tree. There it is, down to bare root. It's actually got a very nice little cooperative root system for me. So we'll get a nice radial pattern out of it. We got some of our long roots right here that need to be trimmed down. Let's see what we can find. There's one. There's one. They kind of conjoin actually, it looks like over here. Some of these big deep tap roots. One of these is gonna have to go. So let's move this water out of the way. All right, let's get to work. Good stuff. All right. So guys, let's figure out how we're gonna put this thing in. We kind of got to move quickly from here on out. We lost the music. We got new music coming in. Don't worry about it. It's cool. We got new music coming in. Just a sec. I gotta open up a new browser here real quick. Just a momento. Let's go to YouTube and put on some of that sweet DMCA free music. Where are ya? Here we go. This will cover us for about an hour and a half. Okay, let me just throw that window in. There you go. There. Some music credit down in the corner. All right, let's get back to work. My girlfriend is on the way home because I lost my my Spotify. Waifu took Spotify. Here's a couple of things I'm going to be putting into my muck wall substrate a little bit later. Not important at the moment. Okay. Let's get back up here just a little bit. Just kind of like this. Let's figure out how this is going to look. First, I gotta suit up with some gloves real quick. And we're gonna cut a couple pieces off. Some of those big old long taproots need to go. Big old long taproots need to go. Big old long taproots get in the way. We don't want them. So I just took everything outside, hosed it down, so now there's pretty much no dirt in there. There's a little bit of substrate stuck all the way into the very beginning of the root mass, but what I'm looking at here is, here's our big taproot. Looks like this is gonna be it right here. So I'm cutting the taproot. Let's see how much comes off that's attached to that. Big old loop, not that much fine, perfect. Not too much of the fine stuff came off, just the big stuff that blocks the tree from getting placed. So I'm gonna go even further down, all the way to here. Boom, take that. Okay, so with very little damage to the root system, got a lot of that big stuff out of the way. This long one here, I can get cut down. These are kind of dead and dying up top, so I'm probably gonna leave them up there and tuck everything else under. So we're probably gonna sit in something like this. It'll have a nice little nest above it. So I'm gonna tuck everything in and then pull it into an outer radial fashion. And when I'm tucking in the akadama, that's also gonna help. So this almost works in a way here where this is where we've kind of decided the dead stuff is, and this is the back anyway. So maybe it needs to come up over this. That would totally throw off the perspective I was going for. I think that I just need to put a rock right here to hold it in place, and we're just gonna go just like this. We gotta trim this root system up a bit. It's a little large. We just want the stuff that's kind of in the middle here and in the center. Some of this long stuff can go over here. And this long stuff here. All of the long circular roots, those are the ones that aren't going to grow outward for us anymore. You just end up having to tuck them someplace and they're in your way. Only thing is that it looks a bit like this side of the tree is being fed a lot by that. So I'm trying to be careful with it. Instead of completely removing them, I'm going to go about halfway back and kind of leave that to tuck back in. Here's another one of those long ones that doesn't have much small fibrous root attached to it. It's just going to be getting in the way if it's like there. This one right there is an example. Okay. Okay, I'm getting a good idea here of how this is going to look. The radial roots are kind of a tricky thing because we're doing a slab build. So it's going to be maybe like a little more dome shaped than you'd expect compared to doing something in a basin or a pot. Just get rid of a couple more of these long boys here. There. I feel pretty good about that. Don't want to take too much of the root system. There. Especially because a lot of this upper stuff feels pretty dead. Now, where's our front? Could go front this way. I was expecting to go front towards me right here and for it to be kind of like this actually. So that could work. That's got a pretty witchy look to it. Where it just settles itself on top right there. And all of my roots sit back here in the drainage areas. Going towards the other end of the slab where I'll have a little more room to work. Some of the roots here can come outwards. Because not all of this stuff needs to be dead root here. I want some of this to fill in with live around here. Okay, so that's cool. And then I'm just kind of tucking underneath all the way around. And this is essentially going to be where it sits. Just like that. Just full of akadama and everything else. So let's take a look. If we wired it in like that, I think it looks good from this angle. And this angle, all those front angles, and then this will be the back. Okay, we got it determined. Perfect. So a couple things I gotta do to prep this before we can drop the tree on. Let's see, I hope I got some wire mesh. Otherwise I'm gonna have to go grab it really quick. If I had little individual wire mesh things, those would be a lot easier. Yeah, I gotta go cut a couple of wire meshes, you guys. Make sure that we can drain here. So I need 3 of them. I'll be right back. Be right back. Okay, sweetie, sorry, I had to mute it because I was probably gonna bump the mic on the way back in. Let's throw these screens in and we can proceed. We're gonna have to start our muck wall because our substrate is not gonna stay here as is right now. So let's go ahead and get these screens affixed. I don't know what the easiest way is with these because frankly, they're not the easiest wiring job to work with. I had to double up my wire because I don't have the thick enough stuff. I wonder if I could just maybe cut halfway and wrap it around. I'll try that. There. I'll just cut it halfway up and wrap them around. Kind of a janky way of doing it, but it'll work. Alright, so it's time to bust out the clay for the first time, like ever. Got a cool little mold here, but it's time to bust out this clay for the first time ever and make ourselves... Ooh, it's 10 pounds! Ugh! The muck for a muck wall. I'm gonna make it in this Cambro. Try and scoot this forward so you guys can see. So I'm working from here. Just slip these over. Kind of like this anyways, because they're going to be at funny angles. Alright, so drainage there, drainage there. And then this one's doubled up. There. Okay, so that's a good start. We're wandering into uncharted territory, folks. This is stuff I've not done without Master before. But we're gonna give it a shot. Here we go. I'm putting on the apron and we're busting out the clay, baby. Unknown territory. Never done this on screen or off screen by myself before. But I do know that it can get messy, so I'm gonna put this on. And I've got a little concoction that I'm gonna put together to make a nice wall here. Out of all the ingredients that I've been collecting over the last month or whatever. Now, I think that the best way to get this clay off the block is with a knife. Or with this. I actually have a putty scraper. That's probably a good way of doing it. Okay. Akadama fines, lava rock fines, essentially sand, little bark fines, and some sphagnum that I'm going to bust up very, very, very small. Let's start off with clay. Alright, here goes nothing. Better put my gloves on and hope that I don't get this all over the carpet. Does clay come out of carpet, you guys? I hope it does. Before we even start this expedition, I hope it does. I got a towel down, don't worry. Except my yoga blocks aren't real level on it. There we go. Alright. Okay, time to get scraping, I guess. So I want this side of the block so that it fits in my Cambro. This clay smells good. Smell of fresh supplies. So this stuff is actually like pretty pliable right now. It hasn't dried out. So I think that this is probably the best way to get it, is to just kind of knock off chunks like this, like thin chunks. It'll probably be easiest to work with, because I've got to kind of like knead everything together until it all works. So I got to estimate how much I'm going to need. Whatever's left over, I can just leave in this box for next project. Not just a box, it's a Cambro. All right. All right. Do some more scrapes. This is where my volume estimation skills are going to come in handy. How much volume is it going to take for me to get around this thing after adding all the ingredients? Some parts are going to have to be about that tall. Okay, we'll keep going a little further. Let's see how we do, guys. Uncharted territory. I guess I can always make more if I need to. I really don't want to make more. I want to get it right the first time. Okay. I'd rather make too much and leave it in this Cambro. So we're gonna go. I just really don't want to run out like right at the end. I suppose I can always just top it off with a little extra clay if I need to, or some tall moss. All right, I'm gonna call this good. I'm gonna say that's enough. Okay. Ah, come on, fit in my can, bro. There we go. Okay, clay away. Now I gotta get this stuff chopped up into little bits because it's about to get mixed up with a bunch of other stuff, and it has to be somewhat consistent. Hopefully this tool combo is a good one. I was thinking that steel would probably last better if I'm stabbing at it, but I'm gonna go ahead and just start breaking this up as much as I can. Clay is not my medium. I'm not a sculptor of any type, so it's kind of new stuff to me. But this stuff is still pretty wet compared to the stuff that I've used in the past. It didn't have any water in it. Or this doesn't have any water in it. But we're gonna go from here. And what I'm gonna do is just kind of flatten it out so I have an idea of it like spatially. So I can do like 1 part to 2 part to 3 part to 4 part type of thing. Or like give it a sprinkle. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Alright, so here's the inside of the box, guys. Of just straight clay. Next ingredient is dry sphagnum moss. Now this stuff is already dried out a lot. There's a little bit of akanama even in this that may help keep it together a bit. I'm just grinding it up into sawdust. This is the reason that I may need to add moisture in a little bit, because this will suck the moisture right out of it. Now I don't want large fibrous pieces because those are just going to come out or fall out. I want little tiny gritty stuff. I could siphon it through, or sift it rather, but I think I'm just going to sit here and break it up a bit. Yeah, running into some... It's getting dusty. Ugh. Sphagnum dust. Ugh. Probably full of rooting hormone too, which is even worse. Alright, so here's a nice big handful of this stuff. And this is going to mix in, and it's going to make this clay more like a concrete. It's going to hold together nice. And probably the best, I mean, it's like reinforcing concrete with steel, or probably more accurately asbestos. But in this case it's sphagnum moss and not asbestos, so hopefully it doesn't kill me because I'm breathing it in for sure. So you can see I'm breaking this stuff up really small, like to dust. No long pieces. We'll have some longer stuff on the outside. On the very outside, when we treat it at the end, I'll put longer moss on it, so I can start sticking on the natural growing moss. But this is just to make the mix. Okay. So I've pretty much taken a nice little like 1-inch layer or whatever. Just covered in moss. There's quite a bit in this tray, so I'm just gonna use it all up and call it good. I think that the front door just opened. Alright, rub it. It looks like the monitor is up there twice with the music that we had to put on. Alright guys, here, just give me 1 minute, okay? Let me fix that and I'll be right back. Alrighty guys, now we can jump back into the meat and potatoes of it. And I think I can get my old music back. Let's just go ahead and do that really fast. So I'm not using up all this bandwidth on YouTube. Goodbye. Oops. That was the wrong thing. Oh well. We're fine. It's all good. It's all good. We got it fixed. Alright. Now, what were we saying? Some jams over here. Let's see. DMCA free music. Thank you. Dream Beats by Harris Heller for giving us something to listen to without me having to worry about the strikes and everything else. So appreciate ya. All right, guys, we're on to the nitty and the gritty of it. Okay, speaking of the gritty, I gotta pull out the gritty. Whoa, ouch. Stuff is packed back here. Okay, there we go. All right. So we want to add a little bit of sand and akadama to this mix. Again, these are just byproducts from my other stuff. My akadama leaves these akadama fines that help add a bit of a dryness again and a bit of a sand-like, less likely to fall apart texture to it. Get a nice big layer of that over it. We're not making a whole lot. We don't have a huge muck wall going up, so we're also going to be using a bit of sand to kind of incorporate with that. It's kind of a substitute so I don't use up all my akadama fines. And then finally, I've got finely sifted bark. So I don't have something like cocoa Kior. This stuff works great as another binding agent. So now I get to knead this and knead this and knead this until it is all nice and even, I guess. Should probably add a little bit of moisture to this because I have a feeling that it's not going to do anything. As soon as I start moving it, it's going to turn into a rock. And I need it to have a little bit of a gooiness to it so that I can form it. And as I do that, I'm going to keep just looking over at my... There's a couple of tablespoons of water. Keep looking at my rock here to decide where our front is going to look best. I really think this is going to be our best front, going up just like this. And having all of this, we'll have to build up back here the most. Unfortunately, it's on this downward, but we can make a nice even slope up maybe over it. We're just gonna keep looking at it, thinking about it, while we knead our clay. All right, again, this is the first time I've had to do this with clay that's in this state. The last time I did this, it was clay that was very, very dry, so it almost shaved off, and we had to add lots of moisture to it. So I may have already integrated too much moisture because this isn't a dry clay block, but we'll see. Might just mean that we need a little bit more of the sphagnum moss. I'll be able to probably tell when we get the right consistency from last time. It's looking like the clay is taking over, so we're gonna have to add some other ingredients in. Just kind of keep kneading away. Reminds me of my baking days. I think there's a good bit of the sand and stuff. Let me see. Nah, for the amount that we have here, I'm gonna go quite a bit heavier. We're gonna really go heavy on it. Boom. All of the bark fines I have, it's kind of the secret ingredient. That's gonna get it closer to a real Japanese mix, is having those bark fines. A bit more of the sand, because I don't really feel the grittiness in there quite yet. No more moisture. We'll go from here, and then I'll add more akadama as needed. And I could probably grab another handful of sphagnum, but it is not yet decompressed. It's still in its compressed state. Usually I would like to soak it so that it can expand and then let it dry out before I would do something like this with it. So I'm gonna rely on the bark fines a little bit more and see how it holds up. It's a little bit of a different approach than my other tree outside that's in a muck wall. That one contains a lot more of the akadama fines, but now we've got sand and bark in here, and there was none of that in my other mix. I think that having enough sphagnum to at least cover the, you know, length of everything gives it enough that it's at least in there to be the adhesive that it needs to be. It's not like you need to be able to see it or something. It's in there. I can see it. It's just, you know, it's really in there. All right, so actually this is feeling pretty good, guys. It feels like something that's gonna dry out properly. It's not overly wet. It's not overly dry. This feels like a good building substrate. And I'm gonna make sure there's some nice big drain holes. My biggest fear is that it's too much clay and that it'll wash away. But we're gonna put sphagnum all over the outside of it at the end, and that's meant to help protect it against that type of erosion. I can then top it with some local moss from my yard, and that should help keep it nice and protected to dry out and keep its form. So just eyeballing this really quick, guys. I'm thinking that we should have enough. Let's take a peek. If we're like making the donut, it doesn't have to go up too high. I mean, it's gonna be thinner than that by far, so we can go taller. Should be perfect. Check that out. Nice. Okay. I think I'm ready to work with it. I mean, it feels gritty. I can see the moss in there holding it together. The last thing I'll do is just add this whole tray of extra moss here. This is all gonna get washed off, I think, after this stream anyway, so might as well throw it in. Even a couple small bits of tiny bits of wood, nakadama in here, so sure, why not? How about that? Okay. So this tray is done with for now. Cool. So like I said, I want to make sure that I break this up really good, get it all mixed throughout. More sphagnum, that was the call. Just so it was left in the bottom of that tray there that I've been using for the last few days to make my air layers, which I'm done with for the season, finally. This many weeks later, man. I think it took me like 3 weeks to get all of my air layers done. But part of that was that I wanted to do it with you guys. I wanted to make sure that you could all go along on that journey with me. Now, instead of making this more watery and mucky, I think I'm going to keep it at this consistency. I think it's going to make nice for a retaining wall. It's going to hold its place. I won't make it too thick that it can't dry out. Just mixing away. Okay. So let's start building our muck wall. So the very first thing, guys, I've done a bit of research here. Here, I got a bit more sand I can add. So something that I've learned is a good method here is to get a little bit of wet clay. So I'm gonna wet some of this stuff down and just kind of make an outline of where I'm gonna be laying this so it'll stick and dry to the piece of flagstone, so the whole thing doesn't just end up sliding off. It shouldn't. It's wired in, or it will be. But I gotta get this ready actually, and then we'll wire it in, and then we'll build our muck wall. So it'll have a little bit more time to dry, and I guess sphagnum can soak up any extra liquid in here. All right. Well, that was not measured. It was a little of this and a little of that when it comes to the mixture, but it feels right to me. Like I said, only done this once before, but I tried to pay attention to the best of my ability, and this feels pretty good. The other stuff was a lot more wet and took some time to dry out. I think this is gonna take less time to dry out. So we'll wire in the tree, and then, actually, you know what? I'm gonna need a little bit of akadama to hold underneath the tree. I'll stuff it under the tree after we wire it in, that's fine. Thinking on the fly here. Okay, so let's spin this for you guys. Can you see the turntable okay? I hope so. That's some of the bark, or some of the natural soil I want to use later. Some of the OG substrate from that tree. See, this is at a taller elevation here, so I'm gonna have to get the muck wall at least up to here before I can start putting in any akadama. So it's probably best to find out where this tree is gonna fit. So you guys together, let's everybody pitch in. Let's everyone put on our thinking caps and our style eyes and put this thing together. Still quite a bit of water in this bowl that I had the tree in, so I guess it doesn't matter if a bit of water drops into this. It's just bark. Okay, so here we go. First off, let's refasten our drains. Kind of get them to overlap with each other a little bit. That's good. And then make sure that my wires are not going to have any trouble going the direction that they want to go. And then bend them back real quick. I want to keep this one up close to the ledge here. So I almost want it to have like a little skirt. Almost like that. I wonder if I can make that happen. Hey, that held in place pretty well. And then here I want to cut in kind of close. So that's why I chose this piece of wire. There are two coming out of here. That one opposite that, and that one opposite that. And if I want to keep this uphill as far as possible, that's probably my best bet there. Okay. So let's see how our tree will fit. So I think like we were saying, the more dead side goes over this and the rest goes this way. Let me see how this looks, guys. Let's widen the edge there. Okay. Yeah. This is gonna look sick. This is gonna look sick. And I don't think we're gonna have any trouble. It covers up the wired spots really well. It's a nice drain hole here, going off of the back side, which is at a downhill slope. So we'll just cover that up with some akadama and some and some moss. Sorry guys, I was just lost in thought here for a second. Trying to dig down to the real actual root spread here. Make sure there's no undiscovered nabari that I need to know about. Doesn't look like it. We got all those big nasty tap roots out. It's kind of a bit of a cool nabari right there. And then I think we were saying, since this thing's pointing towards our front and this is our back, this should look sick. Oh, this is gonna look sick. Okay, here we go. Tucking in the roots. They're moving outward right now in a nice radial fashion, but I'm tucking them back in and under to help keep this in place. And then there's going to be some akadama packed in there as well, but I'm going to have to first get an outline here after we're packed in and wired in. Now there's a lot of root over here that I kind of want to trim back. It's coming off of the healthy end of the tree, so I'm not too worried about trimming this off. It's just getting a bit close to my wiring and where the muck wall is going to be. So there's only so much we can save here. Start trimming back just through there. Oops. There. Just a little bit. See how it packs in better now. And then this bit is up here over on the top here. Let's make sure it's exactly on the top where we want though. Ooh, okay. So this really suggests that I should flip my mesh around, which I'm gonna do really fast. There. Now we're looking pretty good. I think that the top of this thing is just gonna sit right on top like we say. That lowest root ball, I can get it to sit a bit lower if I cut one more big bit, but I'm getting a little close to the kind of, you know, central nervous system here. I don't feel brave enough to cut that, but I do feel brave enough to just leave these parts right here. There. Okay, so let's put some wire on this. How are we gonna go? How are we gonna go? We're going over the top here and down this way. And then I believe this is the opposing wire here. This is why I've got to do some tucking, is because where the wire is going over, I need it to be in a nice tight spot so that I'm not worried about it coming apart later. And this wire is almost to its end, so I didn't quite even them out properly, but I wasn't sure where they were going to meet up anyways. So I'm leaving just enough room to make a little bow at the end of my sharp ends. And then, of course, I've got the other end of the wire here that I think I'm just going to tuck back under, and it's just going to hold some of the roots back while I'm doing my root ball work. And then the next two are going to go this way. It needs to be held up like, how about like so. Okay, so that's actually good because that means I can go over these little sharp bits here and kind of wire into them. Make sure that my wires have a chance to reach each other without a bunch of roots getting in the way. Kind of split the C's here. There we go. Splitting C's like Moses. All right, so I'm going right over this tight, and then I'm folding the wire from the last one on. Boom. That's in. It's not going anywhere. This one, as you can see, I left much more to work with. So I'm just going to really cover that one area where we got a bit of sharp overlaying the other side. And I'm going to pull it tight. And I like that. That feels pretty good. Solid. It's all wired to the same spot. I'm pretty happy with that. Got some excess that I can cut off. Uh-oh. I don't want the roots going underneath my drainage. I certainly want akadama on top of drainage, not roots. So I've made sure that I can access those little areas. And yet again, I'm just kind of tucking up and under and around. It's gonna look really sick. If I can pull this off, it's gonna look very sick. All right. Now I'm just tying this off here because that's a bit long. Actually, you know what? No, I'm gonna use it as well to kind of keep my upper root ball down so that the lower root ball can do its work. Now I got some akadama right here. I'm gonna stick that right over here above these drain holes. I'm gonna kind of stuff it in, and I'm gonna push it in with a chopstick, maybe even. You know, this akadama is kind of large actually. I might be better off using my fines. I have some lava fines that would be better in here, probably. Now this is going to help secure the tree as well. So I just wanted to get a few of these pieces of akadama and everything in place. Here's my small lava fine mix right here. Stuff's a lot cheaper than akadama, but not if you buy it by the pound. So I actually went so far as to buy 2,000 pounds of it and sift it myself to try and save money, Mad Lad style. And I had to empty the entire back of my truck of lava rock, but I did get a lot of substrate. So right now I'm just poking this nice and easy into the root system, but keeping it away from the drainage. Even though the rocks aren't really going to hurt the drainage too much. And we'll have other drainage set up too. We're going to have drainage going on the bottom of the wall to make sure that nothing puddles up. So at the low points, it'll be able to drain out through the wall. Here's where I don't want to have to go too far out. So I'm going to tuck back. Because if anything, I'm going to have to sacrifice length this direction. So that's the last part that I'm going to build. And I'll just leave it tucked in for right now so it stays moisturized and healthy here. Alright. Some rocks stuck in there. Bit of akadama fines. Sorry, not akadama fines. This is my lava rock fines. But I'm just trying to get kind of stuck into these roots already. I can poke at them with a chopstick in a little bit. I will. But this is helping keep the tree in place while I start messing around with putting the muck wall up and everything else. Even tightening the wires up, covering up any sharp ends. Turn this wire downward so I can actually scoot the tree if I have to. Because I want to keep it back off of this wall, I think. So I'm going to have the wire end kind of keep everything back off this wall, because this is going to get built up higher here. Probably from here. We probably have to do that, and then it can step up to here. Then down the hill. Okay. And then the front is where we can sacrifice a little bit of length if we need to. If we run out of muck wall material and we're almost there, that's probably what'll happen. So I'm just stuffing more of the lava rock just into some of these front areas. Make sure there's a drainage layer underneath and around everything in this tree. It leads straight to drainage, so I know it's not going to drown. Over here I'm a little less worried about, but at this point I can drop it in between these roots, and it just kind of finds its own place. See how not that much is falling out? It's filling up and filling in between the roots here. And I actually will use a bit of my akadama fines for this particular part in a little bit. when I know they're not going to be falling off everywhere. Because it's nice to have the akadama versus the lava right next to the roots, because it's actually holding on to some moisture. The lava doesn't hold on to the moisture quite in the same way that the akadama does. It does a better job. So it's all just about balancing the two together. Okay, so I think I'm about ready to do my outline of where I want this to go. I'm turning it a bit because I want there to be definition to this hill here on the side. I want these to really feel like steps. And I want to leave myself enough mercy room with the muck wall to make sure that that doesn't get messed up. So let's start building. First off, I need to grab a drink of coffee and drink water. Give my nice toes a rest. I've been having them curled up for too long. Okay guys, I think we're ready to start putting this thing up. And where do we start? With the back wall? Probably with the back wall. But the very first thing that we need to do is get a little bit of this mud, and we're gonna do an outline. We need to make an outline of mud for this to stick onto and dry onto, so that this thing doesn't slide around on us. So I'm just gonna put a little bit of mud in the corner here. Not even that much, just this much. I'm gonna dump a little water on it. This can be like really juicy. It's supposed to be like almost a slurry. So I've almost turned it into this like wet crayon. This is a new technique that I've just made up. Check it out. It's like a little pastel marker, so I can just draw it out. I'd like to go that far on the front. And if it has to go the width, say that's about the width there. Now I can make a nice defined wall here that's above the lower step. That's perfect, I love it. It's gonna be tall, but that leaves lots of room for akadama to drop in. And then this is gonna continue on to here, this spot right here, and climb the wall here. My pastel, I got rocks in my pastel. I'll go on another layer with this to make sure it's like adhesive, but this is just to kind of like draw it out. So there's this nice overhang lip here that goes into the steps that you'll see, into the retaining wall here, which wraps around here, leaving the full front visible. All that great texture on the rock, on the slab I should say. And then this can kind of get built up naturally here, through here. And then this is the back side, so it's kind of obviously you gotta go just in a straight, but close to the edge line. Not too close to the edge that it's gonna slide off or anything, but it can go all the way to the back here. And I don't mind it at all, because it's not gonna be covering anything necessarily super aesthetic. All right, and that leads us back to here. So this part's all easy through here. I could even put like a, nah, I don't want to wire anything else in, so I'm not gonna wire a stone into that. And then this is where the wall will have to be a nice gentle slope upwards. I want it to be a nice gentle slope up. I don't want to go too close, and I don't have to use a lot to make a gentle slope. But if it's gonna go, let's say like this, that's Not gonna work. It's gonna have to be more like this. And you know what? That is just about perfect. So I'm thinking about here's where our line would go. And the width of it can go outwards to the bottom of the rock, but this is about as close as I want to get. There. Okay. Alright, guys. So, if anybody's in chat, what's your opinion? If anybody's checking this out with me. You guys here? I think that this muck wall could be awesome. Very awesome indeed. This piece is gonna look dope as hell. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start with the easy part. I'm gonna start with the back. I'm gonna start with the easy part in the back, because I can just start layering this around in my first round. So here's how this works, guys. Muck wall building time. This is fun. I like doing this. It's like mixing pottery and clay making with a little bit of geology and some botany and some ancient art all in one. So I got this nice clay here. It's got this kind of cementy feel to it, and that means that it's the right texture because it's got bits of sphagnum moss and it's got sand and akadama fines and other things like that. So this is gonna be really nice, healthy substrate, I hope. I've never made it on my own before with nobody else's consult, but let's see how it goes. So we're gonna start in the back. How about just like the very furthest most back? You guys have a good view like this, right? Yeah. Oh, here's what I gotta do first. I gotta make a nice thick slather all the way through this so that it really sticks. And I can clean this up later. It's just gotta be wet sand, or wet clay. Wet clay. Wet clay. Bits that I don't want here, that I don't need later, it's just gonna wash off. It's okay. Or add to the, I guess, blending. So as you can see, I'm just kind of making a slather of like pretty much the footprint. That's about how wide I need to go. About the width of a pot. An inch or so. And then on this back area, I suppose we're gonna go down to about there and then back up. Okay. All right. I think we're about ready. Let's get after it. Okay. This sounds nice and sticky too. I want to have a little bit of this standing water that I can just kind of dip this in as I go. Because we're going to kind of build this in a way that might look familiar to, I don't know, some of you engineers out there. Are there any engineers? How is this style of building called? Take a little slab like this, make it nice and goopy. And one last time, we're deciding that this is the front. That looks dope. Especially after these branches get moved a bit. Any of these front angles will look dope. So this is the obvious back. I'm gonna get the obvious back built, because we gotta go fairly tall here. And I'm putting it at a point here that I'm blending it in with the stone, where it's going to start to turn to moss. At this point right here, the stone's going to come up and over onto the wall, which I'm going to thin up just a bit. Let's thin this wall up a bit, because we want it to be like a pot, not like a you know, super thick covering. But we do want it to be even and kind of packed down almost like a brick wall. Okay. So now the work I'm going to do here is getting everything blended in to the stone below. Kind of press down and out. Kind of all three directions. Down, out, and in. And a reminder, this is all going to look like moss later on, so it's going to look sick. And this is important because this is kind of part of the outer wall here, and it's also just adhesive is itself right onto the stone. So I want to make sure that there's a nice, good seal there for this drying clay to seal up. And what's really imperative to the drying and sealing of this is that it's gonna have to drain well, because I can't stop watering this tree. So I gotta make sure that this is gonna drain on me. So down here in this area that I've already identified over here, we have a low spot where we're gonna cut a drain hole. And I want this natural texture of the rock to go all the way up to the beginning of the muck wall. And then the muck wall can start going up to hold Akadama to do its job. Luckily this is the back side, so I don't mind if it kind of goes upwards in like a little bit of an unnatural tall kind of projection, but I'll try and practice for best practices on the front. So here we are with a good spot where I know that it's going to drain out through here, so I'll take a little piece of bamboo and just go through. Make sure that it's identifiable, because I'm going to want to stuff a little lava rock and Akadama in here maybe if I can. That just kind of helps hold the tunnel open for me. You might use a little piece of like plastic here, but if it starts to dry with these stones around it, it'll hold its shape. I can even take the opportunity to kind of like shape it down a little bit so it almost has like a cave-like look. Even though it's on the back, like we said, it doesn't really matter so much. Alright, so here I want to leave plenty of room for both drain and also for Akadama for back growth of all of this new root growth that we hopefully are going to have popping off this summer. This is about as late as we can get into the season for doing this, so man, I really wish I got some water to spritz on this thing. I don't want it to dry out. It should be okay. It's a pine. It's gonna be fine. It won't dry out that fast. Okay, so I'm gonna get another long snake of this stuff wet here. Kind of on all sides, really. All right, now let's make it work around here. I'm gonna go probably down to there because I'm gonna have a nice gentle upwards slope. And again, this is nice and wet and it's going onto that last layer that I kind of rubbed on. So it's making itself a little bit of a self-adhesive. And in here, I'm just gonna leave, this is a low point. I'm just gonna leave a nice big area to drain here. Nice big drain trough. Almost like a little arch, almost, maybe. I might leave a full drain hole there. And there's a little piece of mesh actually that would catch everything above it, so that's kind of nice. It would also be furthest away from the root system growth. Okay, so there, that's coming together. And then we got to start moving this way, compadre. Okay, there we go. I'm doing a good job of getting the inside, but I'm not really thinking as much about, or I'm sorry, getting the outside, but I'm not thinking about the inside as much. I want to make sure that this really holds on, so I'm kind of just spackling my way around here. Make sure that the bottom stays in place. Matter of fact, having a little bit of this clay on that wire mesh is probably not the worst thing in the world to hold it in place. And then I gotta make another kind of turn in the wall on this side. See? So I want this to be kind of bowl shaped for now. I'm gonna build it up a bit taller here. Oh, we still got nice moist stuff on top to work with. Some people like to use like a putty knife to, you know, flatten things out. I like working with just my fingers. Okay, let's get the next layer up. We gotta go higher here. We gotta create a, like, I don't know, little half dome here in a way. Okay. Who likes making snakes out of Play-Doh? You'd love doing this. I'm building it out of Play-Doh snakes. There's a little piece of bark that can come out. Okay, good. So this was actually almost long enough to reach up to the top here. So I'm just gonna combine these two layers, and then we're gonna do one more. Because this is all essentially retaining wall here. So let's get it rubbed onto itself and into seamless look. Seamless both against the stone and seamless within the two layers. So I don't know it's gonna hold together. And that's looking pretty good. Okay. So, good news is we've got a nice lower wall here. And it's going to be a really nice basin for me to put some akadama in and then start folding over. I don't want to stretch it too thin here. So I'm going to actually kind of squat it out a bit. So I think with that last bit, besides a little bit of a low spot right here, that almost makes the basin so that it's about level with the rest of the piece. Yeah. It's even a little bit taller on this side, but no big deal. We're gonna have it kind of slope inwards anyway, like we said. Starting to get a little bit of dryness over here to the point that I think I may be able to start putting in some backfill. I'm really worried about drying this thing out too bad, so I'm gonna keep moving with you guys. Doesn't need to be perfect, but it needs to be good enough. So I'm gonna do one more layer to get this thing up to this level, all the way up and around, and then we can start putting in some of the akadama to hold it in place. Well, not really even to hold it in place, just to really backfill the void here so that we can build our little grassy knoll going up towards the back of the tree. Okay. So with that, let's get one more solid bit. Hopefully long enough to go from here a real long ways around. Yeah, that definitely goes up to the tallest part, so let's even go a bit further. This might need some extra help there. So let's start packing this together again, just like last time. We're building muck wall. Hey, how do you like that? Building muck walls. It's a new skill never before tested on this channel. New skill that I learned from a guy named John at High Desert Bonsai. Cool guy. Taught me a handful of really cool new tricks to use this year. And this is one of them, because This helps us avoid using pots, and they look so cool when they're on these stone displays anyway. These stone slabs make excellent displays for bonsai, especially here in the Northwest when they're locally sourced. I just like everything about it. I like everything about it. Okay, I'm gonna make sure that I'm bringing everything up from a strong, thick foundation up to a thinner top here. This should be perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay. And then this is gonna fold over good and smooth after we get a little bit of substrate in. All right, I think that our backside is just about complete. So let's go ahead and get some substrate in here because I'd actually really like to water it. I don't mean to panic, but I'm cutting a nice big watering spot off the backside here. Try and fill it in appropriately so it doesn't look silly, but it needs to really drain well out of this area. So just kind of building myself a little drain pipe out here. Okay, drain pipe is complete. I think I can actually, it's about the width of my pinky, so you guys don't want to see this, but it is effective. Okay. So now I've almost got this like tunnel going into this area to make sure that it's funneling down and into the hole out the bottom here to drain any excess quickly out through the back. So that's a really good opportunity for a drain there. I'm gonna put a rock or maybe a piece of bark in there and make sure that it holds in place, okay, while we continue our adventure. Time for some lava rock. I'm gonna start layering stuff in. Here we go. Please hold. Lava rock. Lava rock first. Now I'm gonna give it a smack of those nice nutrient-filled dirt that it came in. And I'm gonna drop that as close as I can to the root ball here. So when I poke it in, it's all in the roots there. Okay. And then along with that, I'll put a handful of akadama. And I'm gonna start just pressing that in to make sure that this thing stays in nice and solid. Gets all of the substrates in place where I need them. I just want to find my one special little poking tool. It's right here. So now I can just start poking in like this. Check this out. See how this stuff will just start disappearing. I'll use the wider end. And I'm not talking about from falling off. I mean, it's just going to start disappearing into the root ball here, which is excellent. We're trying to fill in all that space now, but instead of it being just thick nursery material, it's going to have akadama and a little bit of substrate to help it drain, lava rock, especially in this back area. And again, I'm poking in towards all the roots because I want to encourage them to grow. I'm not trying to mess with them or hurt them right now. I'm trying to do some encouraging integration with our substrate. And it's working great so far. Good, good, good. Now my thing was I wanted to push this stuff in there pretty good because I want there to be a nice gentle slope moving upwards. I suppose this is the back. The gentle slope can be up front, so this one isn't quite as critical. So we're just filling all this in some more. Now this was the larger akadama straight from the bag that I've put in so far. I've also put in like mid-sized lava rock. That's the biggest substrate that I'm going to use, and then I'm going to move over to my smaller and smaller stuff as I move along here, so that it all starts to kind of superimpose on itself and fill in nicely. There's even some of the smaller pieces of lava stone that I'm picking up here from earlier. I'm really just trying to get this all pushed in as far as I can to the root ball. From here back. Because what I really don't want is for it to be coming out my way. That's structurally not sound. So I'm going to keep on poking at this until I get enough of this back in there, as well as holding it in place, because there is like a pretty large downward sloping spot here. But some of that I actually would rather have, instead of akadama, some topsoil. So I'm gonna just start scraping forward whatever's in there right now. Just bringing it forward, maybe up towards the top of the tree. Get a little bit more of it in with those parts of the roots. Really like it up top here. So we have a little bit less material behind this retaining wall. Less material means less weight that it has to hold. And now let's see if the fold works, guys. Because my intention here is to help this thing fold nice and smoothly up the hill. Nice and gentle. Here I can even give this a bit more give. There, now it's starting to feel like a hill, huh? Obviously tall here, but working on that nice gentle hill look. I'm just gonna pack the edges of my basin so far. I think I can continue to roll this up a bit higher. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. I'm just kind of rolling it in and on so that it forms itself, like I said, into itself. I don't want a whole lot of vertical. I don't want a whole lot of, abrasive slope happening in different spots. So this has created this nice little hot pocket right here, guys. Check that out, the hot pocket. And that is where we're gonna try and drop some more of the lava fines. Let's see, I got some of those right here. Lava fines, please. The one that I'm working with first, please. There we go. I have a nifty little scoop. Where's my scoop? It's actually helpful when I'm trying to get into these like more congested spots. It's inside of this. No! That's not my scoop. That's just tweezers and things. Wow. It must have gotten separated from the pack. That's where it was supposed to be. It's alright, I got a smaller scoop. Okay, so I'm just filling this in kind of slowly here, but to the proper proportions, and packing in this nice fine lava, and then we'll do a little fine akadama to mix on in with it. Some of these bigger pieces I can kind of push towards the front and center. Some of these larger pieces are probably gonna have to go if I want to put any fines in here. So they're going down here. Okay. Where's my akadama fines? I think they're right here. Some akadama fines. This is the tiny stuff. This is really, really like gold, guys. This is what I get the least of out of every single bag. So this is some gold. I really want to make it count. Nice and close to the root system. Like this. I'm getting pushed into the roots. And even along the top of this muck wall barrier here. If the muck wall goes up just a bit higher, it could transition easily from here into moss. So that's not bad. That's not bad there. Okay guys, let's keep moving. I don't want to take too long on this project, and I cannot take too long before re-watering this tree. So I want this stuff to dry out a little bit before it gets its first watering, but inevitably it's gonna have the opponent of water. So how do we deal with that? What I'm gonna do is put a bunch of dry sphagnum moss all over the outside of the clay wall, and that's gonna help absorb some of the moisture and keep it from eroding. All right, let's keep rocking and rolling. We're kind of cutting into our wall here with our substrate. And this is where I actually wanted to get a little bit of this fine akadama. It was like right underneath. Gather up some of this akadama stuff to get like right underneath the tree. Yeah, actually first I'm gonna just build the muck wall because it might be tough without doing that first. We gotta keep trucking on this thing or else we're gonna run out of time. Okay, I feel pretty good about this being like it's all tucked in. I'm starting to feel like I maybe didn't go high enough on this. I guess I can always pry it back later if I need to, and we'll find out. I can always build it up too. I just want to make sure that I get this contour here because this is where this could look very neat. Yeah. If it contours down like this. And then it can even start working its way out again. And I don't mind, but through here I want it to contour down like steps like this. Okay, just a little bit longer here. I get to straighten this wall out a bit. So I'm gonna go for a little bit of a more ambitious tall piece. Also, I'm starting to get a bit of change of texture to this whole thing. So it's starting to feel like slab approach could be helpful for slabs of bits of the wall. Just get it to the right thickness, that about pot thickness, something like that. I need to get out a dough roller so I can just roll this stuff out really quick. It'll be the perfect even diameter every single time. Dough sheeter would be OP. All right guys, I gotta turn this towards me a little bit here. All right, and then that works great with that. And actually it can follow our contour along here perfectly. So I'm gonna try and get these two to conjoin here. And we're gonna have to do a little bit of work to make that all keep. But I do like how this geography works on this. It's gonna turn into like a moss wall. It's gonna be very cool. It's tough again to get it on the inside. To get it to get a nice seal against the rock on the inside is kind of hard. It's one of the harder parts of doing this. Oh dude, this is gonna look so fucking dope, you guys. I don't mean to use language like that right now, but let's keep going. Oh, the slab went in perfect. So I'm gonna go another I'm gonna do another Tootsie Roll here. Kind of a flat Tootsie Roll. Okay. Get it wet so that it'll stick to that first layer that we put on. And get it wet on the edges so that it'll stick to the two pieces it's conjoining. And let's start here, because I'd like to work up. I don't want to work against the stone anymore. I want any elevation that the stone grants me from here on up to here. Yes. 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 Cool. Now I can give it a little pinch to, like I said, thin it out so I can fit substrate in here, because it can't all be clay. Now let me get it conjoined on this end, and that looks like it worked just fine. Good. I've got my edge of this back wall still ready to go. Okay. I'm going to take advantage of another drain hole spot right here, because I can get things to nicely work along the edge, and then there's a nice spot for it to drain into this low area here. So once again, really I need to be poking from the other side, but after I put a rock or two in there, it'll fix it. That shouldn't plug the hole, it should keep it draining. Okay. And now I'm just using my little poker to go in behind and push the wall out into the direction of really the outer edge of the base, so that I can get the nice directional taper that I want with this clay. Kind of like this. Kind of like this. And then I want to build this up some more so that I can hit it with more moss, and this is going to look dope. This looks so dope. Okay, so only a little bit more clay needed. We did overcook today. We overcooked. That means we're going to have moss or muck wall ready for next time. Hope you guys are enjoying the broadcast. This is one of the first times I've ever done a project this far out of my wheelhouse, and finding great success so far. We'll see if it stays on the slab when I water it, I guess. Maybe I can move you guys back so you can see me a little better. Just like that. Okay. Gosh, trying to find the best position for my poor legs and feet. Oh my gosh, does this work? Does I keep my toes off the ground? Oh, yes. Oh. Woo. New, I unlocked a new emote. Can sit a new way. It's very comfortable. Okay. So these are gonna have to get patched in the back there a little bit. I'm pretty comfortable with that. We're looking at this section right here. Boom, that looks right. Okay, let's wall it up, wall it up. I'm gonna put a little extra here at the front, because it's got to blend in these two front areas. Okay. Yes, see, this is that nice gradual slope that I wanted to achieve. It wasn't like overwhelming. As soon as you look at it, it's like it climbs up too high vertically in too many spaces, and it just starts to look, you know, it does look like a show bonsai in some ways, but it loses some of its natural je ne sais quoi. And that's always unfortunate. I feel as though my Austrian pine got a little bit of that taken away from it. A little of its natural feel was robbed from my my muck wall. So I'm trying to do different this time. trying to do better. Give it good dimension, give it good direction, give it good taper, but make sure that there's plenty of room down here for substrate. See, I really want to pocket this out. This was my big thought when I was getting ready to start the project. Really pocket that out, flatten it. All right, so now I can dump a bit of that Akadama fine right in there. That stuff's not going anywhere. I'm putting it straight in there. I'm gonna mix it with some of the natural substrate. Akadama first, and then just in the closest parts to the root, a bit of the substrate so that it's familiar with its surroundings while I'm hopefully getting it to root again. Just kind of stuff some of that down in there. It's all gonna get mixed up a bit soon. Man, I wish I could spray this down with some water, but it should be okay. It's being a trooper so far. This tree has been a trooper so far. All right, so good. Now I can start to pack this front area in, like I said. Handful of lava on top of that natural substrate to really make sure that it drains down to that and holds everything back. So I'm gonna just stuff it in there like that. And now we have a nice level surface to work with here. Nice. I'm gonna use these scissors to cut a couple of upward roots that are in my way. I've got a couple roots right here that are growing up. Don't want that. And I don't want these ones either. They're not adding to the piece in any way. And those are pieces of wood. Okay. All right, guys. We are just ripping through this thing. We've got a spot we've got to reinforce and heighten here. Got a little spot, we need a little reinforcement here. That's right, it says brick. Nice. Measure once, cut it like clay. Cut it like clay because I can change it however I want it. There we go. So that conjoins those two bits of wall. Let's just make sure they're nice and even thickness, just like that. And then I'm gonna rub the seams together so it looks like it never even occurred. And then all I'm gonna do here is just kind of give a little bit of like a rocky, round texture to the whole thing and wrap it up and over where I can. I'd like to wrap it up and over all the way up to further than this. This needs backfill. And fill this in a bit more back here because I can feel it's a bit void. Okay. All right. So again, I'm just packing in and feeling around my edge, flattening out the edge. This is the part where I want it to transition from moss to Akadama. So I'd like it kind of like this. I need to press this Akadama in. This is purely the foundational stuff. And then that's good. We still got our holes there for drainage. Front looks great. I think this is gonna look really cool. It's gonna look very, very sick. Got drainage out that side. Probably need a drain hole on this side for good measure. How about right here? Kind of in the corner. Okay, and then again, I'm just gonna stuff one or two little rocks in there. Little pebbles to hold open my drainage. Go. And here's a couple more. Just little pieces of lava. They'll work fine. Stuff them in there. There. Okay. Feeling good about this so far. Alright, so this front part is going to wrap all the way up to here on the tree, because obviously it's holding in substrate. I want to make sure that the clay curves inward so that the watering drops the water into the tree instead of all of it just running down the sides. Some larger pieces I didn't want. So scrape some of this forward into its stead. There, looking good. Okay. 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 Alright. 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 Yeah, this is where it really needs to get tucked in and shaped. There's kind of an inconsistency in the walls shape right here. I need to fill this in just a bit. Just right in here, you see. Boom. Patched. I just want to make sure that my patch stays. So let me make sure it's nice and snug on there. And this is actually going to be able to add a much better decline towards the back. And I think that we've got our altitude figured out on everything here. So let me just kind of like, I've just rounded off the corners. Let me make it look a little more even like stone by maybe pushing some crevasses in, making it a bit uneven. I think this may be like a little bit of an overhang here, but not so much on this side. More bouldery on this side. And then I think this is fine, is just the general slope down towards the edge. I like the topography of this a lot. Okay, what we're gonna do next is finish this baby off. We're gonna cover it in sphagnum moss on the outside. I'm gonna go water it, and then tomorrow probably we'll throw on a little bit of fresh moss from outside and finish it, quote finish it. Finish the project for now at least. So I need to find that sphagnum because we're gonna put that all around the outside of this. I'm even gonna drop water in it right now so we can get a little bit of superimposition and watch that, or superposition and watch that all of our drain holes are working. Oh yeah. Drain holes are working beautifully. Good. Trying to get water on everything inside of the clay here. Okay. So now after doing that, I am actually going to wet down the outside of the clay just lightly so that a little bit of the sphagnum will stick to it. Where'd it go? Oh, it's right here. Okay. So here's sphagnum moss, guys. Guess that we don't need the clay again for now. So I'll switch it with the spag. So like I said, this stuff hasn't been expanded yet. It's gonna get wet one way or another, so I'm just gonna go ahead and throw a chunk on here and you guys can see how this stuff works. I think this is probably enough to cover it. And I can throw the extra into the substrate mix. So I'm just gonna soak up all this water, as you guys can see in this corner here with this moss. And you can see how this tiny little brick, how much moss this will turn into after it gets reconstituted with some water. There. It's got water to soak up, so in the meantime, I'm gonna get my little pokey stick again like this. I'm just gonna start shoving all that substrate in. We need to really pack this in because this is our chance. This is the repot. We need good natural soil in there for it to develop roots with. We need to get lots of the lava and pumice in there in certain layers so that it makes sure to always drain. It seems like there's absolutely no problem with drainage right now, so I'm not really worried about that. Really pack it in, because I mean, we want to get some akadama in here. There we go. I can feel some areas just pushing in with my finger where I can get it into the root system by pushing inwards. Right here. There's a lot that I can get pushed inwards to the point that you don't even see the rocks anymore. Now it's back to root. Look at all that room we're making for more substrate. This is gonna make it so that I don't have to wait so long, or so that rather it will survive longer before it needs another repot. It's good for the just general distribution of the roots, like into the way that I was talking about earlier. This is kind of the final step to make sure that they grow in the way you want. Is that you want to pack the substrate into the roots so that they start spreading outwards and they have something to grow into in that direction. So we've lost a good like couple cubic inches of substrate here. Probably gonna stuff a little bit more of that natural substrate from when it was potted, because that's just gonna kind of leak into everything and fill in the gaps. So I'll stuff more of that up here, right in here. Yeah, there's even some like pieces of compost and bark in this. So let's poke into the rocks with that, and that's gonna make a nice mix for this to grow into. Because you know there's no moss on the inside of this mix for the roots to grow into, like an air layer or something. So we got to put something in there that's a little bit more forgiving than just straight rocks. Some people will go straight akadama or 50 akadama, 50 pumice, but I feel like there just has to be something for it to grab onto, especially these junipers. Conifers like this, I found them to be a little bit tolerant to some of the things that people are really scared about. So we experiment and we see how careful we always have to be. We'll find out one way or another, won't we? Okay, so just still packing in. After that watering, I'm seeing some errors, some flaws in the dam here. So I'm starting to see areas that are the weakest where I'm pressing it back together and pressing it down. Some of the cracks are forming a little bit. Some of it's pushing outwards and back a little too far. So I'm trying to bring it back in. All right. Now if I'm able to press down across this whole thing, I think that I'll be able to do one layer of fine akadama and that will be it. And it's going to go all the way up to the edges through here and then have a nice steady decline down that way. And then this is our front over here. So really the steady decline is better off right here, above the drainage hole that we made. So I'm just kind of doing a little bit of reconstituting and removing of this stuff. It has to be rubbed back together as clay does, especially now that it's gotten wet again. And we've done a little bit of formation to try and give it some character. Especially right here, I'd like it if it made almost like a cave a little bit. That just adds yet another dimension, you see guys, that wasn't there before. Alright, let's make sure everything's locked in, baby, because we're about to rock the sphagnum on here, and then it's about done for the night. So now that this had a chance to grow like this, you can see how much we get out of it. I need the more dry stuff like this. Here we go. That stuff got really wet over there. I just needed it to be moist enough to expand so I could tear it up a bit. And we're just gonna stick this all over the outside. Just kind of tear up the dry stuff. Matter of fact, all this wet stuff can go into the sphagnum purgatory here. There. Use that for air layers and other purposes. So yeah, just gonna tear this up and start sticking it onto the outside. And it's gonna be kind of slowly soaking up some of that moisture that's there. I'm gonna go with some completely fresh dry stuff on top of this, so that it makes sure to take some of the moisture with it. Because now is when I want to start drying the clay a bit. I've got it formed how I want. And I'm just gonna take this bit more and just kind of do this. Ooh, kind of exploded. You know, this is actually good. It's just kind of the sawdust from the outside of it. So here we go. I'll do this. This is actually perfect. Real dry stuff. I'm just gonna kind of break it apart and tap it on there. Tap it into it. Tap it on and tap it in. Do you see how I'm doing this? I don't want real long strands because those are just gonna end up washing away. I want it to be broken up as much as possible. So I'm gonna continue to kind of break it up on this spot that I had these bits of sphagnum over here starting to separate a little, so that it can all combine to about the right texture for what I need right now. Because when it's all super dry and stuck together, I can't really use it. It comes off in flaky patches. That's why it's best to have some that's been expanded and then dried out, so I can kind of mix this stuff together and get the same result. Make sure it's completely torn up. And this is pretty much the same stuff that they use as like reptile bedding. Only a little bit further, guys. Only a little more to go. And then we'll sign off for the night. So like I said, we're just kind of sticking the sphagnum to it. This works a lot better if it's dehydrated after it's been expanded, but we'll see how much we can get to stick on here. Anyways. Because really the purpose of this is that I'll be able to use it as a kind of adhesive to get my real moss to stick on, and then it'll have something to kind of grow into instead of just being stuck onto straight clay. So this obviously won't look super pretty or anything after this is done. It's gonna look like it's been covered in sawdust, but that's kind of the point. Just kind of like rubbing it into the clay. The moisture of the clay grabs onto it. And then as I get just smaller and smaller bits, they stick on easier and easier. There we go, see? Leave it up to the small bits. And I'm just gonna be very careful to water this like right on the inside tonight, so that I don't get as much, or so that I do get as little moisture on the muck wall as possible while also watering the heck out of the tree. But we have pretty well placed drain holes in here that I drove through the flagstone, so I'm not really too worried about it. This thing's gonna start looking like barnyard experiment or like a troll lives in it. Yeah, so this is gonna be another substrate that I need to make for myself, is expanded, dehydrated, and shredded sphagnum for putting onto the muck walls at the end. So it'll stick on a little bit, but not real great in the condition that I've got it right now. But bits of it are getting stuck on there, and that's good. So like I said, it's just adding is more glue, more stuff to hold everything together. And kind of rub it in a little bit. Kind of press it into the mud wall a little without changing the shape too much. This is why it's supposed to be in such small pieces, is that you can shove it into the muck wall much easier without it pulling out in clumps or falling out in clumps. You gotta get that whole clump in there, really. Okay, but this is looking like it's nicely dusted a little bit, and I'm ready to put it outside for the watering. So I guess that brings us to the end of tonight's stream. So thank you to anybody who dropped by. It was nice hanging out with Tassadul and anybody else who might have been hanging around in chat and didn't say anything. It was still nice to have you here. You guys will be able to see what this looks like with the moss tomorrow, but for tonight, the last thing I'm going to do is toss a bit of fine akadama on top. Try to identify any spots that it might fall out. Like right here, here, and down through here. And then hit it with some more fine akadama. Let's give it one more round, and then we'll be covering all of the root system with something that's not going to move away from it. And then tomorrow, when the moss goes straight up to it, it's going to look very nice. It's going to look very, very nice. We've achieved a nice balance with this tree. And you know, that's something that we haven't talked about in hours now since we wired it in, but the balance of the tree still looks nice. I think we nailed it. And yeah, obviously, you know, the moss looks goofy right now, as it's not exactly the best level of moss that I could have used to put on the outside there, but maybe when this dries out a little later, I'll try and get some more on. But it's stuck on enough, and I should be able to get our natural moss to adhere when we get back to it later on. Maybe just sticking it onto, you know, making the mud wet again does make it stick on the outside, so, you know, there's always that. Give it a little dab, stick it on, and it ain't going nowhere. Down there. All right, guys, I'm gonna take this tree outside. I'm gonna water it, and I think that we're gonna call it good. This thing looks so cool. Let me just clean up a little bit so you guys can get the nice look of the whole piece. Like we said, the nice green live moss isn't on yet. Oh no, that's almost all my akadama finds, you guys. Should have used lava. We're gonna be reduced to just lava in the future. Okay. Until I get more akadama, I guess. Which shouldn't be long from now. I wanna make sure that this stuff doesn't fall out, because like I said, this was the end of the road for that. So, this is a very useful substrate. I'm gonna try and press it in so that it's in a position that it's not gonna overflow, fall out. If it can kind of basin up over here, that's fine. As long as it stays away from the edge of the wall, like it's threatening to fall in a couple of places, but not too bad. Okay, guys, we did it. We did a massive air layer off of the horse chestnut tonight. And we knocked out my very first at home with you guys full slab job. I only had the holes drilled in the slab before stream. We dressed the tree from top to bottom. We didn't wire it. We wired it in. We haven't done any directional wire or training on the tree yet, but save that for another day. That's all right. We've done plenty for today. And this front approach looks so sick. I just want to make sure that this wall is nice and strong in holding this part up. Ooh, it's starting to get hot in this room too. I'm getting a little warm, guys. And I think this is gonna work. I can give everyone a progress report tomorrow, kind of a quick update. Or maybe I'll run a stream and we can put some fresh moss from outside on it and finish it. Make it look show worthy. Turn her into a real showgirl. Alright, this stuff's packing in nicely for a good solid layer of akadama on top. That's gonna drain nice all the way down, guys. We got it. We've got it. Okay. And there's our new piece. New piece from a $5 tree. Small piece of flagstaff. Sorry, flagstaff. Small piece of flagstone. Some clay for our muck wall. We'll see how it dries out. I'm gonna water it, and then I've got to leave it outside tonight. But it's gonna hit early sun tomorrow, and that sun's gonna dry the sucker right out by the first watering in the morning. So I think that we're all set, guys. Thank you for coming by the stream tonight. I think this is gonna look so sick after we get our moss on it. It's already looking very dope. This is our front. So there's the front for you. It almost looks like a skull, dude. Make like a skull island. Very cool, guys. We got this cool step pattern on the side to work out. I'm happy with it. I think this piece looks very cool. And I'm trying to leave a lot of that natural textured look to it. Not like it's some perfect pot. It's supposed to look natural, like big natural mossy walls once we're done with it tomorrow. So I'm gonna get this thing outside. I'm gonna get it officially watered for the first time. And that's gonna be it for tonight, guys. Thanks again to everybody who came by. I had a really fun time with y'all. Not spending a couple of hours knocking out a couple of trees, a couple of big projects. The biggest air layering job I've ever done on our horse chestnut. Our very first muck wall job live, and I think it went pretty well. We didn't crash and burn. I mean, if somebody wanted to use this as a tutorial, they probably could. There's things you could do better than me. But I think this turned out pretty good. I don't have any immediate criticisms for it. We'll see how it holds up. But once we get in that next layer of moss, this is just gonna look really cool. So I'll check in with you guys tomorrow. Oh, hi, hang on 1 second. I got messages over in Messenger. I can't read them, sorry guys, I'm far back. Let me throw these couple of things over here. I need to get a lid for that. We're just wrapping up. We're just wrapping up. Let me get up. Oh my God, I've been on, my poor feet have been like curled back like this for, how long have I been on? Almost 5 hours. Woo, man, we've been really going after it. Let's see, what do we got? Wow, YG Chels, what's up? Lurking, hope I'm doing well. Miss you guys, miss you too. Yeah, we're doing fine. We're doing fine. We're getting by. I'm having fun. Having fun over here on Twitch. Building trees. How do you like this one? Just put this one together from a $5 tree that I got at the nursery. A free flagstaff or flagstone. A little bit of clay. And all the good stuff that goes on the inside. So that was the project today. Whew. I'm wiped out. And it's all good if you're lurking. Huh. Thank you anyway for coming by and dropping by and saying hi. You caught me right at the end of the stream. Like I said, it's gotten hot in my room. And it's not even from the GPU. Just feels like I've been working hard in here. But yeah, we miss you guys too, and I hope that you've been doing really well. Hope your new environment has been everything you guys deserve from it. Hopefully it's been inviting. Hopefully you made some cool new friends, found some cool places to hang out and spend your time, all that good stuff. You know, it can be nerve-wracking moving to new places. I think you guys have family there, or like something, or have lived there before maybe at some point. I don't remember. Can't remember exactly where you were at, but hopefully everything's working out with you where you're at now. All right, so I got my wet moss for later. I've got wet. I'm just kind of chatting out with you guys for the last couple of minutes here while I wrap up and put everything away and track down lids and clean up my tools and stuff. But I'm gonna get this thing outside, get it watered up, and then I'm not sure what's going on tomorrow. I'm gonna have to check I'm gonna check on everything outside and see what's left to do for the season, because we're all officially done with air layers. Thank God. Those took forever. Let's see, this is my Akadama dust. That stays with clay. So some of the biggest projects have been knocked out, and I'm happy that we're done with them. I'm happy that we're done with them on time and responsibly, instead of pushing them too late into the season and ending up killing stuff off unnecessarily, because that always sucks. I haven't been playing much games recently. I just had my Megan's parents come out for a week. That was a week. But they went home yesterday, and so today I got to hop online with you guys for a little while. First time in like a week. So I wanted everybody to know I'm okay. I didn't fall off the edge of the planet or anything. Just had guests. All right. Well, everybody, thank you so much for being here tonight. It's been super cool. Thank you for the lurks. Thank you for messages. Thanks for dropping by and saying hi. Thanks for chilling with me while I do something new. Something I've never done online before. Full slab and muck wall job with a $5 nursery tree that I think looks pretty cool now. So we're going to let it continue to grow out a bit. I'm going to go water it. I'm going to go see Megan and spend the rest of my night with my girlfriend. So thank you everybody for being here. We'll catch you next time. Take care of yourselves. Take care of others if you can. Make sure to do something every day that brings you a little bit of zen. That was my time here with you guys today. So yeah, if anybody's in there still, thank you so much for being here today. And I will catch you on the next one. Can't wait to see you guys again. Probably tomorrow. Maybe I'll play some games tomorrow. Haven't decided yet. Alright, well you guys have a good night. I'll catch you later.